mengikuti kaidah kartografi dan menggunakan perangkat lunak yang sudah mengikuti standar IHO. Survei batimetri, oceanografi dan meteorologi, survei geodetik, survei for disaster relief. Bus hidrosal memiliki stasiun pasang surut permanen yang dapat mengirim data real-time di 10 lokasi perairan Indonesia, di mana lokasi stasiun tersebut akan terus bertambah setiap tahun secara terprogram. Bus hidrosal mengolah data batimetri dengan menggabungkan semua sumber data batimetri, termasuk data dari satelit, untuk kemudian dikumpulkan, dianalisa, dan ditentukan data batimetri yang akan digunakan dengan sistem yang berbasis Caris Bati Database dan Hydrographic Production Database. Produk yang dihasilkan oleh bus hidrosal adalah peta laut dan peta khusus yang dirancang khusus untuk memenuhi kebutuhan navigasi laut dalam bentuk kertas atau analog dan dalam bentuk elektronik atau ENC pada berbagai skala yang diperbarui setiap minggu sesuai dengan mandat Konvensi Safety of Life at Sea International Maritime Organization. Selain laut, wilayah perairan yang juga dilakukan pemetaan oleh bus hidrosal adalah danau dan sungai yang berada di wilayah Indonesia untuk memberikan jaminan keamanan dan keselamatan dalam pelayaran. Bus hidrosal memproduksi 21 publikasi nautika seperti Almanak Nautika, Kepanduan Bahari, Daftar Arus dan Pasang Surut, Daftar Suar Indonesia, Berita Pelaut Indonesia, Informasi Pelabuhan Indonesia, Daftar Stasiun Radio Pantai, dan beberapa produk lainnya sebagai asosiasi dari Peta Laut Indonesia untuk digunakan sebagai panduan dalam bernavigasi. Bus hidrosal saat ini juga mengembangkan aplikasi Indonesia Hydrographic Data Center atau IHDC dalam rangka mendukung kebutuhan
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin our seminar today, please be seated. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Punapi Gatra. Today we mark this date as an event to commemorate the 2022 World Hydrography Day, contributing to the United Nations Ocean Decade. We are in this special edition. We have the opportunity to hold it in this beautiful island of Bali. I am Lieutenant Malawi, your MC today. As we're about to commence our event today, we'd like to seek your cooperation in completing this seminar. Please kindly switch your phones to silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to our guests of honor. The Honorable Chief of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, General Retired Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Honorable Director of International Hydrographic Organization, Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi, We'd like to also thank the Honorable Indonesian Chief of Hydrographer, Vice Admiral Nur Hidayat, for hosting this beautiful event. The honorable moderators, a lecturer from Gadjah Mada University, Imade Andi Arsana PhD, a lecturer in Universitas Pendidikan Nasional Bali, Anak Agung Mia Intentilia Master of Arts. The honorable speakers, Assistant Deputy of Maritime Delimitation and Boundaries, Mr. Sora Lokita, a National Hydrographer of the United Kingdom, Rear Admiral Red Hatcher, Chair of East Asia Hydrographic Commission, Vice Admiral Dr. Fujita Masayuki, from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Hendra Yusran Siri, Chair of JIPCO Guiding Committee, Mr. Everett Flyer, a National Hydrographer from Australia, Commodore Stuart Dune, and Managing Director of EOMAP, Dr. Thomas Higg. Distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Above all, may we express our gratitude for the blessing of the Almighty. Because of His abundant grace, we are able to gather in this very moment. Please allow me to read the event rundown as follows. First is opening, welcoming speech from the Chief of Indonesian Navy, keynote speech from the Director of International Hydrographic Organization, keynote speech from Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, first session of material presentation, lunch break, second session of material presentations, and the last is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is welcoming speech from the Chief of Indonesian Navy. Please allow me to read his resume. Admiral Yudo Margono is a high-rank Indonesian Navy officer who has served as the 27th Chief of the Indonesian Navy since May 20, 2020. He completed the highest education of Indonesian Navy in 2003, highest education in Armed Forces Command and Staff College in 2011, and achieved the honored education from Indonesian National Resilience Institute Lehmanas in 2014. Before his current position, he served as the commander of Joint Regional Defense Command of Indonesian Armed Forces. To Admiral Yudo Margono, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. The Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment, Honorable Director of IHO, Rear Admiral Lugi Sinapi, Honorable Speakers, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs Republic of Indonesia, Deputy Minister for Coordinating of Maritime Sovereignty and Energy, Director General of Marine Zone Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republik Indonesia, Vice Admiral Dr. Fujita Mayasuki, Chair of ASEAN Hydrographic Commission, Mr. Everett Flyer, Chair of GEPCO Guiding Committee, Rear Admiral Reed Hatcher, United Kingdom National Hydrographer, Commodore Stewart Dune, Hydrographer of Australia, Dr. Thomas Higg, Managing Director of EOMEP, Vice Admiral Nur Hidayat, Indonesia Chief of Hydrography, and all participants from the international hydrography community. At this very good moment, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all invited and participants, especially Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment and Mr. Lugi Sinapi, for taking your time to attend this seminar. As we all know, that this seminar was held after three important meetings with SR. The 14th Hydrographic Service and Standards, the 20 Capacity Building Subcommittee, and the 14 Interregional Coordination Committee meeting. This meeting were attended by delegates from each state of the IHO member. By this means, I would like to express my highest appreciation to the committee that has very well conducted those meetings in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we'll celebrate the 101 anniversary of World Hydrography Days as an annual celebration that aims to publish the important role of the hydrographic sector since 1921. This year also marked the 7th year of Indonesia membership in the ISO, where the Indonesian Navy Hydroceanographic Center of Pusi Dorosal as representative of the Indonesian government that carries out the mandate of state function in the field of hydrography to support military and public interests and well as maintain relation with foreign hydrographic bearers. We are celebrating the World Hydrography Day this year by carrying out an international seminar that we combine with the series of 8SO Commission meeting which began a few days ago, namely it's HSC 14, CBSC 20, and ERCC 14. Most of the head of regional commissions and participants will be here present at yesterday ERCC meeting are also among us in today's seminar and are pleased to be speakers. I'm incredibly grateful for your support. World Hydrography Day 2022 carries the theme of the role and contribution of hydrography in the decided of ocean science for sustainable development, launched by the United Nations. May I adopt the statement of the Secretary General of IMO at the IHO Assembly meeting in 2017 regarding the importance of hydrography. Not only is hydrography vital for supporting safe and efficient navigation of ships, it also plays a role in so many other areas of maritime activity. These other maritime activities are reliant on good, accurate, and up-to-date hydrographic data. And the point 14 of the Sustainable Development Goals is directly related to the need for data on the depth and shape of the ocean floor. However, until now, the coverage and resolution of ocean floor data is still much worse than the depth and resolution on Mars. To assess the realization of the Unsustainable Development Goals requires systematic survey of the ocean floor. Therefore, in this excellent opportunity at this seminar, we hope that we can learn and understand how hydrographic contributes around the world in the effort to realize the desire of ocean science and support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. What progress and results have been achieved with challenge faced by hydrographic organization, officers, hydrographic and industrial commission, how the influence of technological development and recommendation to optimize the process so that contribution of hydrographic and be further increased. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the interchangeable expresses, experience, and view of the speakers and participants can elevate the knowledge and understand for the all of about the contribution and the role of hydrography in responding to future challenges and supporting the realization of the Ocean Decide Program and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And again, we would like to express our gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs and Rear Admiral Luigi Sinabi, as keynote speaks all speakers and inviters who have taken the time of attend our invitation today in order to celebrate the 101 anniversary and World Hydrography Day. Thank you and hope enjoy seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to receive updated knowledge regarding hydrography amidst this enchanting event of World Hydrography Day, we have set special agenda for material presentations, and the discussion today is going to be conducted by Imade Andi Arsana, PhD, and Anak Agung Mia Intentilia, Master of Arts, as moderators. But before we commence our first session of discussion, allow me to invite Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi as our keynote speaker and our moderators to come up onto the stage. Thank you. We'd like to invite the Honorable General Retired Luhut Binsar Panjaitan as our keynote speaker who will deliver the keynote speech virtually. We'd like to also invite Mr. Sora Lokita and Vice Admiral Fujita Masayuki as our first session speakers who will deliver the materials virtually. Please allow me to read the resume of our today's moderators. Imade Andi Arsana, PhD, is a lecturer and a researcher at the Department of Geodetic Engineering, Gadjah Mada University. He acquired his PhD in Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea from the University of Wollongong, Australia in 2013. He has published more than 200 works comprising books, journal, newspaper articles, conference papers, etc., both in English and Bahasa Indonesia. He received plenty of awards and achievements in Australia and some European countries. Andi has also presented his papers in several workshops and seminars around the globe. Anak Agung Mia Intentilia, Master of Arts. She is a lecturer and a head of ASEAN and International Studies Center, Universitas Pendidikan Nasional Bali, and also a professional MC and a Bali TV personality. She studied international relations and international organizations and obtained her Master of Arts from the University of Groningen, the Netherlands in 2019. Also, she is the co-founder of Surya Intentilia Learning Center, a social enterprise that provides English course and translation service through engaging with local community and creating social projects for women and youth empowerment. She has been actively being a presenter in some Balinese TV channels. She wrote many research papers and presentations on international relations and social studies throughout her career, as well as achievements in national and provincial level. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our incredible, amazing moderators.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Om Swastiastu. I would like to thank each and every one of you, especially Bapak Vice Admiral Nur Hidayat. Terima kasih Bapak atas kesempatan ini. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to say hello and also acknowledge Vice Admiral Luigi Sinapi. Thank you very much and welcome to Bali, sir. Pleasure. Today we would like to have a number of speakers from different countries. from whom we will learn a lot about hydrography and its contribution to United Nations Ocean Decade. I'm here on behalf of our Balinese brothers and sisters. Would like to once again welcome everyone, each and every one of you. We thank you for visiting Bali because this helps Bali to rebound after the 2 years of uncertainty due to COVID-19. I think this will be a very good start for Bali to recover. I'm now not alone. I'm here with Mia, my good friend. We have been friends for a couple of years now, I think, Mia. Mia, I think, would like to introduce herself before we continue. Please, Mia.
Thank you so much, Pak Andi, for this opportunity. You've been such a good role model and inspiration to many young people, including me. So this is a very great opportunity for us to share the stage as co-moderator in this international seminar. Welcome to you as well, sir. Thank you very much for being here with us. My name is Mia. I'll be the co-moderator along with Pak Andi. I'm a young lecturer. I'm a head of ASEAN and International Study Center at Universitas Pendidikan Nasional here in Bali. It is also a great pleasure and honor for me as Balinese to welcome you all to Bali, the island of paradise. And this opportunity, this seminar is conducted in hybrid setting. Therefore, we would like also to welcome those participants who are joining us virtually. We wish that you could join us in person here in Bali. We are here today to commemorate World Hydrography Day 2022 with this year's theme, Hydrography, Contributing to the United Nations Ocean Decade. We have an incredible list of speakers and presentations, and also allocated time for Q&A session later, which will cover several intriguing and crucial topics. Pak Andi, you are also one of the experts in this field.
Thank you very much, Mia. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Mia is also a very talented young woman from Bali. For information, Mia was the head of delegates of the Indonesia for G7 Youth Summit in Berlin last month. So give a round of applause to Mia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to listen to the presentation delivered by the first keynote speaker, in this case, Real Admiral Luigi Sinapi. Allow me to, before you start, to introduce Mr. Sinapi. Real Admiral Luigi Sinapi joined the Naval Academy in Livorno, Italy in 1985. He was the director of the Italian Hydrographic Institute for 2015 to 2020. Real Admiral Sinapi is currently the director of the IHO. He obtained his Master in International Strategic and Military Studies at the Center for Defense Higher Studies, Rome in Italy. He has been the member of a number of national and international technical and scientific committees in different fields, including navigation and hydrography.
Rear Admiral Sinapi will share his views for around 10 to 15 minutes and then followed by a Q&A session. So please be informed that after your keynote speech, participants can ask questions directly here on site, or those who are joining us virtually can ask questions on chat box, on Zoom or YouTube. Please write your name, institutions, and questions. Now, please join us in welcoming our first keynote speaker, Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm representing the International Hydrographic Organization, and I would like to thank for this opportunity Admiral Yudo Margono, Chief of Indonesian Navy, General Luhut Panjaitan as Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments, Vice Admiral, dear Vice Admiral Nuridayat, Indonesian Chief Hydrographer, and all the distinguished guests and attendees to this seminar. I prepared some slides to highlight the importance of this year motto of the World Hydrography Day 2022. I bring many greetings from the Secretary General of the IHO and many thanks from the International Hydrographic Organization for organizing such high-level seminar. On the World Hydrography Day 2022, hydrography contributing to the United Nations Ocean Decade. The World Hydrography Day, the 21st June of every year, was adopted by the IHO as an annual celebration to publicize the work of hydrographers and the importance of hydrography. The concept of a World Hydrography Day was welcomed by the United Nations General Assembly in a specific Resolution 6030 on the oceans and the law of the sea. The goal of this year is to highlight how hydrography as an applied science supports the sustainable use of the oceans. Next slide, please. Before moving on to describe how indeed hydrography and the decade of oceans are interrelated, I would like to provide you with some essential information on the IHO and the concept of hydrography today. More than 100 years after the creation of the IHO. IHO is an intergovernmental organization established in 1921 in the Principality of Monaco to develop and promote the field of hydrography and related technologies, as hydrography helps to maintain safe navigation and supports all other marine activities. Next slide, please. Actually, IHO counts 98 member states. The number is rising sharply over the past year and a half, thanks to the joining of new five member states as the result of the organization's ability to adapt to the times and the renewed global interest in the importance of the ocean as a primary source of life and prosperity for all humankind. Next slide, please. Looking at what is written as one enters the Indonesian Navy Hydroceanographic Center Pushidrosal, next slide, please. Through the symbolic bow of a ship, hydrography is much more than nautical charts. Hydrography is the key of national economic gate and spearhead of maritime defense. Can you please send? Yes, thank you. And the content of the slide witness that today the role of hydrography has changed, with hydrography acting as an enabler of the sustainable development of a country, region, or even the entire planet. While it has traditionally been used to make navigational charts, depth information is now used by a variety of ocean stakeholders, as you can appreciate on the slide. Next one. The new frontier between innovation, technology, and digital transformation is part of the broader concept of sustainable development of the oceans, launched by the United Nations with the 2030 Agenda. Within this, hydrography is supporting sustainable development. Through nautical and bathymetric charts derived by hydrographic surveys, hydrography directly supports almost all aspects of ocean economy. The furthering of hydrography will be one of the main themes of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. By 2030, it is estimated that the ocean economy will contribute for 40 million full-time equivalent jobs in ocean-based industries and $3 trillion in global gross value added, doubling in value from $1.5 trillion in 2016. Next slide, please. With specific reference to shipping and transport, being the 90% of all global trade carried via the sea and 26% of the ocean economy from marine tourism, making it the leading marine industry by 2030, hydrography and the derived products open up possibilities for shipping and marine tourism to developing coastal community and reduce the impact of transport on marine habitats while ensuring safety of passage at sea. At the same time, in terms of coastal infrastructures, better hydrographic carts optimize the capacity and throughput of ports, contribute to safety and economic growth, enabling better coastal defenses and helping making coastal communities more resilient against flooding and extreme weathers. Just to give some numbers, more than 2.5 billion people around the world live within 100 kilometers from the coasts. And the potential added value per ship of 1 foot of additional drought for a harbor is estimated in between $36,000 and $28,000. Next slide, please. To fully understand the link between hydrography and United Ocean Decade global initiative behind the World Hydrography Day 2022 motto, it is interesting to highlight how the two documents that I showed in synthesis on the slide, I mean the development plan, the implementation plan of Ocean Decade and the IHO strategic plan are particularly interconnected through their 3 overarching goals. I mean, goal 1, 2, and 3 from the IHO strategic plan that I synthesized as standard, data, and knowledge, and the 3 objectives of the Ocean Decade implementation plan are interrelated each other's. In fact, there are many IHO initiatives and projects that directly contribute to the achievement of the 3 objectives of the Ocean Decade implementation plan. Below, we look at some of them, starting with the data and infrastructure necessary to manage them and make them available at the national and global level. Next slide, please. At global level, the United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, UNGGIM, plays a leading role in setting the agenda for the development of global geospatial information management and promoting the use of geospatial information in addressing key global challenges, particularly taking into account the role of geospatial data in monitoring and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals agreed under the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Their main goal is to provide detailed insights on the standards and good practices necessary to establish and maintain geospatial information management systems that are compatible and interoperable with other systems within and across national and international organizations. In alignment with the UN principles, IHO is promoting the development and use of marine spatial data infrastructures, MSDI, as the relevant base collection of technologies, policies, and institutional arrangements that facilitate the availability and access to marine spatial data. The MSDI concept is increasingly used for a wide range of disciplines, such as spatial planning, environmental management, and emergency response. In short, the MSDI represents an infrastructure that promotes data interoperability at all levels as the structure comprises the 4 key elements, such as policy and government, technical standards, information systems, geographic contents. Next slide, please. Always on the UN Ocean Decade Objective 1 and 2, IHO is fully engaged in capacity building in the field of hydrography. The capacity building subcommittee, we heard that has met here in Bali last week as its annual meeting, confirming its own commitment at international and regional level to assist states to achieve sustainable development and improvement in their ability to meet hydrographic, cartographic, and maritime safety obligations, with particular reference to the recommendations in the UNCLOS, SOLAS, and other international instruments. The scope of IHO capacity building program encompasses all hydrographic needs as it underpins every other activity associated with the sea. Through consolidated programs and new projects, such as the creation of an e-learning center to satisfy increasing educational and training needs, and the initiative to reduce gender imbalance in hydrography. Next slide, please. Mapping the ocean is one of the most challenging endeavors of the whole mankind. As the UN Objective 2 includes the mapping and understanding of ocean components, understanding of threshold and tipping points for the ocean system, the role of IHO and its member states in mapping the ocean is essential for the whole of humankind. The global reference bathymetric data sets is developed and made available through the GEBCO program, General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans, operated jointly by the IHO and IOC of UNESCO. Actually, more than 75% of our ocean is unknown, as the numbers on the slides shows clearly. That's why nowadays we are assisting at an increase of those global initiatives. First of all, the Nippon Foundation GECO Seabed 2030 last year recognized as UN Ocean Decade Action that aim to increase ocean's floor knowledge up to entire coverage by 2030. Finally, next slide please. As the UN Objective 3 includes the development of interoperable and open access data platforms and services and the facilitation of co-designed and co-delivered ocean solutions, including planning, management, and other tools and services. The IHO develops and sets standards as the S100 Universal Hydrographic Data Model to support the creation and maintenance of interoperable maritime data product specification compliant with the ISO 1900 series of geographic information standards. The IHO is proactively supporting the expansion of S100 concept to related domains such as maintenance of fixed and floating aids to navigation, weather and sea ice coverage, route plan exchange format, inland electronic charting, and oceanography. IHO S100 approach is potentially applicable to all sorts of marine information, including chemistry and biology of the oceans, resulting in interoperable datasets. Next slide, please. Some of the possible benefits deriving from the implementation of S100 framework are shown on the slide. From more safety of navigation, as new dangers for navigation are discovered frequently when new modern detecting methods are used, to the course and time optimization, as fuel consumption reduction is possible thanks to the use of tides, currents, and meteorological information in real time, to the cargo optimization thanks to the improvement of the underkeel clearance management with the use of S100 and GNSS vertical position, and then to the autonomous navigation as nautical information machine readable facilities to all maritime autonomous surface ships levels as defined by IMO. And to conclude, next slide please, and to conclude, the World Hydrography Day motto 2022 intends to highlight how hydrography as an applied science supports the sustainable use of the oceans. This can include how up-to-date surveys and data can be used for initiatives for the protection of the marine environment, coastal zone management, marine protected areas, marine spatial data infrastructure, renewable energies, and all other components of the blue economy, providing the IHO member states with opportunities to highlight the relevance and the importance of the oceans and waterways to our lives. With this, dear attendees, distinguished attendees, I conclude my brief speech and I'm ready for questions as requested by the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Real Admiral Sinapi, for it was short but very comprehensive information about hydrography. So we learned a lot. You covered nicely, starting from the history of hydrography and also the organization, how its role basically in different purposes. You also mentioned about the role of hydrography in sustainable development related to the, in particular, Ocean Decade of the United Nations. You mentioned also about the 3 objectives. And one interesting point you made is about the role of hydrography in blue economy. This is something that really need recently. You also mentioned about the spatial infrastructure leading to the geospatial information management system, and then also marine spatial data infrastructure. One thing that you also mentioned is about how to speed up the mapping of the ocean floor. I have an interesting reading last time that we have a better map for for planet Mars than the ocean floor. That's how I understand. Now I think it is very interesting also for you to mention about how to speed up the mapping of the ocean. So once again, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a round of applause to our first speaker. Now, we would like to invite questions from audience. Whoever has questions here, you can raise your hand and then we'll let you ask the questions to Vice Admiral Luigi Sinapi. Is there any? All right, if you still need some time to think about that, I have my own questions. To follow up the one that I said about, this is actually quite anecdotal, if I may say. We have a better maps for Mars and the bottom of the ocean. Do you think it is true, or it is only just or if we do, it is real, what is our strategy to map our bottom of the ocean better or faster? Probably, if you have any comments on that, please.
So thank you very much. First of all, let me say that this anecdote is now recognized worldwide. In fact, if now we meet a person along in a mall on the beach, and we start talking about the knowledge of our ocean, they start saying, "Oh, we know better of the surface of Mars and other planets than our ocean."
Right.
But that's true, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's definitely true, and we'll have a very interesting presentation from the chair of the JEBCO Kiting Committee during the next session, that will explain to us very clearly how is the situation. I gave some numbers that are updated to the end of this year. Why that? Because every year and now every quarter there is an update of the JEBCO grid, so the situation of our depths of the ocean.
Right.
And fortunately, because you asked about strategies, fortunately, thanks to this renewed interest on the oceans, almost everywhere,
yes.
Many global initiatives, and the one that we are dedicating our motto this year is an example, but it was preceded by others. One of them is the Nippon Foundation JEBCO Seabed 2030 project that has exactly this aim, to map the entire ocean floor by 2030. It's a huge challenge, and it's possible only if we are able to involve all the stakeholders, all the institutions, all the research centers in this real challenging endeavor. And that's exactly what we are doing. Okay. Thanks to our capacity, our knowledge, our experience through the JEBCO, through the JEBCO program, which was born in 1903 and now is celebrating next year the 120th anniversary, and we are ready to celebrate this anniversary at our assembly next year in 2023, April, as Admiral Yudo Margono said, through a tight cooperation with the Seabed 2030 and through the involvement of all the national, regional, and international stakeholders involved in the ocean. This is basically the strategy, but it needs to be pursued, and everyone or every institution has to understand that we cannot wait anymore, because we are assisting at many changes in our planet that will affect our lives, or better, the life of the next generation of our sons. And one small piece of the entire puzzle is exactly the knowledge of our planet, the entire knowledge of our planet, not only on what is above the water, but also what is under the water.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Senape. We would like to invite again the participants who would like to ask questions. I can see someone's raising his hand.
Yes, yes sir, please.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lieutenant Commander Sharin from National Hydrography Center of Malaysia. I have a simple question for you, sir. As we are all aware that hydrography contributes to the growth of ports around the world, in your presentation you did mention that better hydrographic chart optimize the capacity and throughput of ports, contributing to safety and economic growth. So my question is, as the ISO director, so what is your aspiration or plan to make the industry, especially the ports, to contribute back to hydrographic organization or society around the world? Thank you, sir.
So thank you for the question, and this is related to the mission, the proper mission of the IHO, which is to have all the waters, oceans, seas fully charted. And of course, where the blue economy can develop better in the very coastal area first, and then in the deep sea. And the knowledge of our coastal areas, including the ports, is paramount for us. Is paramount for all, for the industry, for the ocean economy, as we saw in the presentation, in some slides of the presentation. Of course, the IHO has a coordinating role amongst actually 98 hydrographic offices and all the other charting authorities, or the other hydrographic offices that are acting as charting authority for those coastal states that are not yet ready for with an hydrographic capacity and so on. And so we are working very closely with the hydrographic offices in the world to make this complete charted coastal areas around the world. Sometimes, let me say that from some national experience, if we relate to the ports, there are not the hydrographic offices involved directly in managing the ports and the depths and the bathymetric situation within those. But they are the special port authorities, which are sometimes hydrographic offices within the international hydrographic organizations, but many other times they relate very closely with the hydrographic offices, and they perform hydrographic surveys in accordance with the standards that are recognized internationally and produced by the IHO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All good? Yes, sir, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I am First Admiral Indra Guswaya. I am a submariner. How hydrographic data can support other maritime interests, not just the safety of the navigation, especially for naval operation? Please explain your experience on the supporting hydrographic product for the submarine operation.
Submarine operations.
Thanks for this question, because it's basically related to my to my status of military. And my question is just to explain first why it's important for not only submarine operations, but for all Marine Navy operations, the hydrography. First, for an historical reason. In the past, we had the majority of the hydrographic offices military, but because the hydrography was a branch of the navies, but now this situation has evolved in almost 50-50 between the 98 hydrographic offices as member of the IHO. I'm seeing some head nodding because it has been an evolution of in the hydrographic offices, because most of them born as military has passed under other ministries. And that's part of the response, because the importance of hydrography is becoming really transversal. It's not only something confined into the navies. And then because depth information, as I tried to say during the presentation, is not only used for navigational purposes, it's used for many scopes. And we know that submarine charts must have detailed information, and that's possible only having good data, standardized data that can be used for multiple objectives.
Thank you very much. Now we have questions from participants through Zoom. Can we
Yes.
have questions from the Zoom? I just saw a good question.
Yeah.
Okay, right. All right, before from the Zoom, allow me to invite a gentleman back there to ask question, please, sir.
Thank you, Mas Andi. My name is Purbo. I am working on daily basis for my students at the Institute of Technology, Bandung. We are running a Cat A hydrographic education program since 2016. My question is, I witness the standards, and we educate our younger generation on the awareness of those standards, and I also witness technology is going around, yeah. But I have the feeling that they don't talk to each other. I mean, the curricula for the education, the standard is going that way, and the technologies. Has there been any effort from the IHO to match them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure.
Thank you for the question, because unfortunately I didn't mention education in my presentation, but let me say that education within the IHO falls under my remit, and I'm very proud of that, because I understand that the education in hydrography, as in any other discipline, is the basis for that specific disciplines. And we have at the IHO, but not only at the IHO, it's managed by the IHO, but we have a board, an international organization board, shared with other two international organizations, which are the ICA, the International Cartographic Association, and the International Federation of Geometers under the United Nations. And the role of this board is to set the standards for the hydrographers and cartographers at different categories. And we have every year meetings of this board to evaluate and certify those institutions universities, hydrographic offices, research centers that are able to match these standards to be certified and to be able to release the certifications of the new hydrographers and cartographers. But not only that, because all the standards are kept updated every year by the board. It's a huge challenge, as you can imagine, because actually we have more than 60 institutions all around the world recognized as able to deliver certifications in hydrography and cartography, category A and category B. This distinction is based on the syllabi and on the basic education that the potential candidates, the students, start following the courses in the recognized institution. So it's a huge work, but it's the basis of the hydrography of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you so much for the participants who actively asked questions during this Q&A session. Unfortunately, Pandi, we have to move to the next agenda, but thank you for opening this discussion and thank you for this interactive participations from all the participants. Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Sinapi, for this insightful discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you once again, Real Admiral Sinapi, for your very insightful, short but very insightful discussion that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move on to the next keynote speaker that will be delivered online by someone that we all know well for his vital roles in Indonesia. Allow me to introduce General Retired Luhur Binsar Panjaitan. Allow me to say hello first to Bapak Luhut. Bapak Luhut, can you hear us well?
Yeah.
All right. So allow me first to... Thank you, Bapak. Allow me to first introduce a little bit. Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan is currently the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs in Indonesia. Before his current position, Bapak Luhut was the Chief of Staff of President Joko Widodo and was also appointed as the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome General Retired Luhur Binsar Panjaitan. Bapak Luhut, the floor is yours.
Very good morning to all of you, Excellencies, Admiral Yudo Margono, Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate Posidros Indonesian Navy for organizing this event, and to all proficient speakers and participants attending. Secondly, I would like also to thank the organizer for inviting me to speak in this prestigious event. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you my slide, maybe quite easy to understand a little bit what happened in Indonesia. If you look at, I think, the Indonesian economic recovery and transformation toward development country, the role of hydrography, because the role of hydrography in Indonesia being is very, very important, being the largest archipelagic country. So that's, I think, the vision of Indonesia. 2045, we are thinking that we're planning we can become a developed country and the center of the world's maritime civilization, because if you look at Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country, but to become a developed country before 2045, Indonesia needs higher economic growth, and then the initial scenario of 5.7%, which is, I think, a lot of people globally, even Indonesia, they don't understand that Indonesia is ongoing to transform Indonesia from the commodity base to the to the value-added base. Yeah. So this is, I think, our plan today, and so far our planning is moving forward like this. Even I believe if we are able to maintain like this, I think our average economic growth can be higher than 5.7%. National Maritime Project 2045, if you look at this one, equitable development, clean, healthy, and productive Indonesian water. This is, I think, very important. That's why a lot of effort on this number 2. Number 3, increase production value added of goods and services. Competitive Indonesian maritime society, good maritime management, and maritime sovereignty in a broad sense effectively. Vision Indonesia to be the center of the world maritime civilization. That's, I think, very logic, since we are the fourth largest population in the world, and we are very rich in national resources. If you look at this, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country. I mentioned earlier, this is the size of Indonesia, with 278 million population and 108,000 kilometer coastline, over 17,000 islands, abundance of natural resources, and huge renewable energy potential. If we manage this well, make it efficient, see the value added, I don't think any country surrounding us can beat us in terms of economic growth, in terms of the environment, in so many areas. This one we don't recognize before. We don't manage this well before. But today I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving in a very comprehensive way. And the scope of blue economy as a new economic paradigm, this is, I think, very important. Conventional economy right now, but we are already moving to the right one. So new economic paradigm, green economy, terrestrial economy, blue economy. This one, if you look at now, marine-based economy, creating value added and improving productivity of marine-based economy to achieve inclusive, sustainable economic growth. And new economic opportunity for Indonesia cross-sectoral issue. You can see marine, tourism, fishery, industry, sea logistics. This is ongoing, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just a plan. We are executing now here. We just to speed up this one. Now, the balancing growth with the environmental benefit, this is, I think, very important, considering carrying capacity, low carbon emission, implementing through circular economy, renewable energy, etc. That's, I think, that the economic transformation based on the SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, we follow the global issue, but some people thought that we are still behind. Some countries try to remind us about the climate change. Hey, you don't need to lecturing us about the climate change. We care very much, because all the policy that we are preparing today, basically for the benefit of the next generation of Indonesia. We don't want to destroy the future of our next generation, like my grandchildren, or your grandchildren, or your children. That's, I think, the target. So any policy within the government of Indonesia today, we always look at to the benefit of the next generation of Indonesia. Hydrography role in marine-based economic development, I think, is so important. There are still some challenges in the blue economy, marine-based economy development. Here you see the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and key ocean economic sectors such as tourism, fisheries, and shipping. And sustainable ocean, climate change, energy transition. Energy transition, a lot of discussion on that, but the progress is very slow. But we are going to prove it during the G20. That Indonesia can do something because we make one pilot project in 650 megawatt not in Bali, somewhere in Java. This is, I think, part of the Indonesian state budget. So we like to show to the world, we are not only talking, because we have prepared 5.5 gigawatt early retirement of the coal fire in Indonesia. Access to financing and investment, limited liability, developing countries in human resources, technology, institution, and planning. However, the role of hydrography could present the answer of for blue economy development challenges, environment protection, exploitation of marine resources, and coastal zone management, efficient and safe maritime transport, naval operation for maritime defense. This we are doing now. This is all ongoing. So that's the reason I would like to see Hydrosal to be a much more bigger organization in order to cover the whole Indonesia, because the role of a post-hydrospatial Indonesia, I think it's very, very strategic one. Now, faced with the various post-pandemic challenges, Indonesia must complete various homework to achieve Vision 2045. I think you can read this one, controlling COVID. We are still very careful to look at this COVID-19. Very cautious because the last 2 days, we look at like the number a little bit up, from 300, now like 500. So something like this, we watch carefully. So we have to take action in order to contain this COVID-19. Transforming Indonesian economy to industrial base, not relying on the commodities anymore. So that's why the pillar of our economy today, number one, of course, was still commodity, which is the commodity price up. But the value added also very important, and efficiency. Efficiency, I think, we digitalize. That's what we're doing today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, improving efficiency through digitalization. This is, I think, ongoing. Facing the challenge of climate change, energy transition is also ongoing. Increase the maritime role in development. This is also ongoing. So all this 1 to 5, I think, ongoing right now. So we are very happy so far with this. COVID-19, I mentioned to you all, this is, I think, the status for today. If you look at this active case in June, this is going up a little bit. It used to be 99.6, now 99.3. So all those things we monitor daily. So then we can make a precaution very early. So then we can control this again. Positivity rate, for instance, before it was 0.8, now 1. So we have to take care. Although still very good, positivity rate below 5%. This is WHO standard. Rapid and strong economic recovery. You look at this data. I think Indonesian grew 5% the first quarter. And then also Indonesian growth of the highest export in the world, 47.8%. This is data. Nobody can beat us so far on this one. And then manufacturing has been expansion also. You look at this left bottom. And investment also, this is double digit. So a lot of people want to invest in Indonesia right now. Like Ford, for instance. Last 2 weeks ago, we are talking about a lot of things about Tesla. Right now, we're talking about Ford. They will visit Indonesia next week. The team would like to see also end-to-end industry in Indonesia. So stable macroeconomic condition despite global turmoil. I think you look at inflation. Our inflation stays, we are gradually up, but we are trying to maintain 5%. Last week, only 3.6%, but we have to control the energy and food price. Food, I think for the next 6 months, we're still okay, 4 months. But after that, we have to manage this carefully. And same with energy. Energy, because of Ukraine war, that's one issue. Exchange rate, I think we are much okay, better. And stock market also performs very well. Now, economic transformation, I mentioned to you, in the eastern part of Indonesia, you've never seen like this before, like in Morowali as a model. Right now, they employ like 75,000 people over there. They have a polytechnic over there. And the cost of electricity only 5 cents per kilowatt hour, maybe 4.5. And the transport, the cost only maybe $2 per ton. So nobody can beat us in this. And now we are moving also to Kiki and Kalimantan North. And then we are providing now with green energy, hydropower, solar panel over there. So then the product gonna be green product. And if you look at to the south, to the near Lombok, we have a tidal over there also. Tidal over there also. Now the current nickel downstream development has focused on stainless steel. This is, I think, the data. I have to quick because you have another speaker. You look at the iron steel export to the world like this, realization and projection. This is, if you look at 2015, only $1.2 billion. But last year it was $20.9 billion. This year it's gonna be maybe 28 or maybe even $29 billion. So you see the difference. Now lithium battery, this one, I think we're going to produce by 2040 first quarter 2024. This is, I think, the latest technology, MNSA 811. So then, if you look at the nickel ore, the bottom here, nickel, cobalt, sulfate, battery precursor, cathode, battery cell, these are really ongoing production. And even the battery recycling already under construction, because we can extract like 98.5% from the used lithium battery. Downstream help maintaining the current account balance to record surplus 2021. Look at this also very good number. Our current account deficit used to be always negative. Right now, look at this one on the right bottom. This is already 0.7%, which is, I think, help to maintain our currency. So when the fund outflow like $1 billion used to be, if you look at back to 2015, I think rupiah, our currency correction is like 4.8%. Today, nearly no change, just a very small one. Our trade deficit with China used to be $27 billion back to 2017, but today, last year, only less than $2 billion, and I believe we are surplus this year, meaning that we are very efficient in this. This is, I think, one proof that Indonesia become very efficient country. If you look at the also North Kalimantan Industrial Estate, I mentioned to you early, this is, I think, going to be end-to-end with green energy. This is $132 billion investment, starting already this year and construction, and we see the finalize of this project 2029, but starting 2024, I think we can start also production on the petrochemical. So the very important one here is game changers, new energy battery, 265 gigawatt. This can produce 3 million cars. Now increasing Indonesian export, GDP per capita in decades to come. If you look at 2024, this slide on the left bottom, we can go up very much. And we believe Indonesian GDP per capita by 2030 going to be double from today. I think we're going to be around $10,000 US. Then improving efficiency through digitalization. This is I think very important to understand. I think it could could less corruption, could also less cost, state revenue up, and industry and SMEs also up. That's making Indonesia balance, you know. So corruption, because you do make it digitalized, it's very, very hard to do corruption within the state budget. And the cost, of course, we can reduce costs like transportation costs. Used to be Indonesia only, never make a direct call. We make it only for to send our product to Singapore or to Malaysia, and from Malaysia to final call. But today we make it in order to reduce costs, and reduce costs right now from 27%. I believe we can go maybe to 17% by 2024, while in our neighbor country, they can go now to 14%. So you see the difference, you know. So if you are consistent to do this, I believe Indonesia going to be much better in the future. Green economy, Indonesia abundant renewable energy potential. This is, I think, ocean. If you look at this one, 437 gigawatt, ocean, geothermal, bioenergy, wind, hydro, and solar. Introduction of country platform energy transition. We are already set up like this. I don't want to touch this very much. And then Indonesian marine coastal ecosystem contributes significantly to national, regional, and global blue economy. This is, I think, very, very important. So none country globally can beat us in this, you know, because we have a coral reef, we have mangrove, sea grass, peatland, forestry, and depleted reservoir. So this can contribute a lot to the government revenue and also contribute to the climate change. Indonesia has committed to an ambitious blue economic strategy that could position the country as a global leader in sustainable ocean management. So It's not about time anymore to lecturing Indonesia. We can share together. We have to be, partner. That's, I think, the approach today. The role of science and technology to achieve maritime efficient developed countries in the world, harnessing the potential of the ocean through the development of science and technology. So science and technology right now is very, very important. We are still very low on this. We are trying to catch up this area. And there are huge potential for innovation marine and science and technology. Innovation in marine science and technology has various commercialization and potential, making a very attractive, not only for the government, but also for the business world. This, I think, seabed mapping, a lot of things have to be done by the push hydrosal. That's because I'm hoping a lot, that I'm pushing a lot also, that push hydrosal can play the better role in the near future. Now, key policy, our policy is founded upon the direction of President Joko Widodo on the Indonesian Global Maritime Fulcrum Principle, to which research and human capital investment serve as integral parts of the pillars. In brief, Indonesia shall implement policies as follows. I think you can read this one. Improving capacity and capability of our research and institution is still far behind. We'd like to move very fast on this. Number two, further increasing funding and encourage cost-effective research and collaboration, of course, research collaboration among higher education institutions, encouraging collaborative inter-agency cooperation with internal organizations. That's, I think, my remark and the conclusion my remark. In overcoming COVID pandemic, Indonesia has shown that we can solve the most complex problem as long as we can work together. Use science, technology, data as the basis of our policy. But again, we're still very cautious about number one. We cannot take it for granted this one. Although people say, well, we don't need to do this one. I said, this one, we don't know. Maybe could come the new variant. In the past 8 years, Indonesia has transformed its economy to be more efficient, resilient, industrialized, and less dependent on the commodities. This is achieved through downstream industry, increasing efficiency through digitization and rural economy transformation via village fund. Post-pandemic, we are facing a bigger challenge in climate change. Indonesia is committed and focusing our policy on climate change and emission reduction, including energy transition. This number four, I think, very important. Indonesia's enormous maritime potential and hydrography plays an important role in realizing this potential. We are also committed to build more comprehensive policy framework which will ensure Indonesia's contribution to the ocean decade. The last one, ladies and gentlemen, finally, in the occasion of the International Ocean Day and International Hydrographic Day, I would like to congratulate all the committee and organizer of this wonderful event. Our congregation today, I believe, reaffirm our commitment and underline our best efforts to create more sustainable future through creating better knowledge on our ocean. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm very rushed about this, but I hope that we can get some feedback from my remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, for your keynote speech, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Terima kasih, Bapak.
Thank you very much once again, Pak Luhut, atas very insightful presentation. It happens to be in a very good agreement with what you just presented, Pak Sinapi. One point that I would like to summarize, if I may, Pak Luhut mentioned clearly about this maritime fulcrum of Indonesia. So I think the 2 points that he mentioned, first is how to utilize the resources of our ocean for the prosperity. That's one point. And second point is to make Indonesia as the center of the civilization when it comes to maritime issues. I think that's all. My wrap up. If you would like to add anything, please.
Just to say that I like very much the link from the initial part of the presentation when the General was talking about the 2045 as the goal for reaching the full developing status for Indonesia through the hydrography's role in this marine-based economy development and the role of Hydrosal. So this is a clear link to me that is reflected also in the conclusions, how hydrography is a key asset for a nation, especially a nation like Indonesia. And that was, for me, the most touchy part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for both our keynote speakers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our keynote speakers. Thank you. Rear Admiral Sinapi.
Good morning. Yeah.
Okay, shall we
continue?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yes. Please.
All right, Rear Admiral Sinapi, we appreciate your key insight this morning. As we would like to proceed to the next session, you may now return to your seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers and participants, we are now starting the next panel discussion, starting the presentations from 3 speakers and followed by a Q&A session. In this panel, we have 2 speakers joining us virtually and 1 speaker here with us in person.
Right, Mia, thank you very much. We'll start by introducing our 3 speakers before we start. Allow me to first greet my good friend, Bapak Soralokita. Bapak Soralokita, are you with us?
Yes, Pak Andi.
All right, great.
I'm
okay.
here.
Allow me to read a little bit of your CV. Bapak Soralokita is a great friend of mine. We have been friends for almost 2 decades now. Bapak Soralokita is a lawyer by training and currently the Director of Maritime Zone Delimitation and Borders Areas of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Soralokita obtained his master degree in international law from Sydney University, Australia, and also a visiting researcher at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, the University of Wollongong. Also, he went to the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea in New York in 2009. Mia.
Bapak Soralokita, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Terima kasih, Bapak. And I would like also to introduce the next speaker. The second speaker is here with us in person. Allow me to invite Rear Admiral Red Hatcher, UK's National Hydrographer and UKHO Deputy Chief Executive, to join us on the stage. Once again, I would like to invite our second speaker, Rear Admiral Red Hatcher, UK's National Hydrographer and UKHO Deputy Chief Executive, to join us on the stage. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Welcome. Good morning, Rear Admiral Hatcher. Allow me to briefly introduce your profile to all participants. Rear Admiral Hatcher is responsible for building the partnerships that underpin the UK Hydrography Office role as the world-leading center for hydrography and marine geospatial data, and as a contributor to defense decision-making and operational advantage. Along with global partnering and engagement team, Rear Admiral Hatcher has developed a range of national and international partnerships with relationships spanning UK and foreign governments, hydrographic offices, and other data suppliers. He has also held a number of joint staff roles, most recently as Deputy Director for international security in the Ministry of Defense. Thank you, Rear Admiral Hatcher, for joining us in this panel discussion.
Thank you. Also welcome, Rear Admiral Hatcher. The third speaker is joining us online from Japan, Vice Admiral Dr. Fujita Masayuki. Dr. Masayuki, could you hear me clearly, please?
Yes, hello everyone.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome, sir, to the event. Thank you for joining us virtually from Japan, and allow me now to briefly introduce Vice Admiral Dr. Fujita Masayuki. Vice Admiral Dr. Masayuki is the Chief Hydrographer of Japan. He graduated from the Graduate School of Kyoto University in 1993 and then joined the Hydrographic Department of Japan Maritime Safety Agency. Before being appointed as the Chief Hydrographer of Japan, he served as the Deputy Commander of the 11th Regional Coast Guard Headquarters, JCG. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite first Bapak Soralo kita. Once again, Bapak Soralo kita, are you with us already?
Yes, Pak Andi, I'm ready.
Yes, great. Okay, Bapak Soralo kita, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Madam Moderator, Pak Andi. Before I start my presentation, I already shared my PPT. Can be seen in Bali?
Yes, it's great.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Moderator, Madam Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Very good morning, everyone. So, Excellencies, yang terhormat Bapak Admiral Yudo Margono, yang terhormat Bapak Komandan Pusidros, Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to convey Bapak Basilios apologize for his absence. Previously, he was scheduled to speak in this prestigious manner, but however, since he has another agenda, then I will be going to deliver a presentation on his behalf. Actually, speaking right after Pak Menko, then it is a bit difficult for me since Pak Menko already elaborated everything in detail, especially on how hydrographic data and Pusidros and EIL important for Indonesia, and also how hydrographic data and Pusidros important also for our future development in Indonesia. But I will try to answer some questions raised by the organizer to me to be presented during this event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin my remarks with an overview of Indonesia, an overview that can be the basis why ocean and hydrographic data are extremely vital for Indonesia. Basically, this also has been delivered by Pak Menko earlier. So, Indonesia is the biggest archipelagic state in the world, consists of more than 17,000 of islands, with area of 8.3 million kilometers and also 108,000 kilometers of coastlines. As the biggest archipelagic state, Indonesia unsurprisingly has a huge potential in its ocean sectors. In the fishery sectors, occupies the second largest position in the world. Fishery sector contributes over 27 billion US dollar to GDP, providing 7 million jobs and meeting more than 50% of the population animal protein needs. While the energy sectors, we have a conventional one, consists of offshore oil and gas, and also the renewable tidal, current, underwater, and geothermal, as already mentioned also by Pak Menko earlier. In the tourism industry sectors, it contributes to GDP of almost 21 billion US dollar in 2019, while in 2016, 44% of foreign tourists visiting Indonesia carry out marine and coastal tourism activities. With regard to coral reef, contributes to 3.1 billion US dollar per year to tourism sectors and 2.9 billion per year to the fishery sectors. In terms of mangrove, as already mentioned as well by Pak Menko, Indonesia has the largest mangrove ecosystem in the world with a total of around 3.31 million hectares, about 20% of the world mangrove ecosystem. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in order to develop policy and program relating to ocean, our ministry identified at least there are 5 key challenges of Indonesian ocean development. First, we have to know the content. And secondly, we have to understand and mitigate the threats. Thirdly, to utilize the resources sustainably. Fourth, to protect the ocean and resources. And lastly, of course, to project our national interest. To know the content, then we need the ocean data. Thus, this also highlights the importance of hydrographic data, as mentioned by Pak Menko Marves earlier during his keynote speech. Hydrographic data should be completed, covering all areas in Indonesia so that it can support our future development and to project our national interest. As we know, the 2021 to 2030 is the special decade to oceans. The United Nations itself has proclaimed a decade of ocean science for sustainable development to support efforts to reverse the cycle of decline in ocean health and gather ocean stakeholders worldwide behind a common framework. This will ensure ocean science can fully support countries in creating improved conditions for sustainable development of the ocean. There are many challenges and obstacles in protecting and sustainably harness ocean potentials. For example, among of them are marine pollution, unsustainable fisheries, ocean hazard, climate change, and so on. And of course, to overcome those challenges, we all certainly need reliable data, information, and marine research. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the lack of insufficient knowledge about the content and the real potential of Indonesian ocean economy has brought considerable ramification to our overall economy and sustainability as an archipelagic state and ocean-based nation. The contributions of ocean sectors to our GDP today stand only at around 6.7%, whereas the annual potential actually stands at around 1.3 trillion US dollars. One of our medium-term development objectives as a nation is to double and even triple the contribution of ocean to our sustainable economy before the next 2 decades. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to answer those challenges and fully utilize the abundant potentials, the government of Indonesia has launched the long-term general guidelines for Indonesian ocean policy as outlined in Presidential Decree number 16/2017 concerning Indonesia marine policy, and also Presidential Regulation number 34/2020 concerning Action Plan for Indonesia's Marine Policy 2021-2024. One may argue that Indonesia's ocean policy is the one and only integrated national ocean policy existed in Southeast Asia. This ocean policy consists of 7 main pillars: natural resources management and human resources development, defense, security, law enforcement and safety at sea, governance and institutions, maritime economy, marine spatial management and marine environment protections, maritime cultures, and of course, maritime diplomacy. All the key policies, pillars, require at least sufficient data and knowledge on ocean aspects, especially hydrographic data. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, one of the fundamental use of the hydrography is to ensure the safety of navigation locally and internationally, as already mentioned as well by the previous keynote speakers. Among the most important things that Indonesia does in order to improve the safety of navigation in its waters is to establish a traffic separation scheme in several international shipping lanes in Indonesian waters, especially in the straits that are very busy with shipping traffic. And in recent years, Indonesia has established new traffic separation scheme in the Sunda Strait and Lombok Strait, which has begun to implement it on July 1, 2020. Another practice of hydrographical data is used in constructing ocean infrastructure, such as in the development of ports and infrastructure in special economic zones. The size and importance of this project made the development need to be carefully planned and designed. In addition, Hydrographical data can also be utilized in mitigating natural disasters. One of the recent examples was the deployment of research vessel Spica of Pusidros TNI AL and research vessel of Barunajaya of BPPT in the event of Palu tsunami in 2018. The data acquired by the vessel is studied and analyzed to understand the catastrophe. Another example is the bathymetry data in south of Java. Combined with the available geological data and tectonic history, we could analyze the possible mitigation regarding earthquake potential in this area. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, hydrographic data also used as the foundation in state negotiation on delimitation of maritime boundary to define the base points, the baseline, and so on. The technical team will analyze this data and delineate the limit of our territory. Accordingly, Indonesia has also projected maximum distance up to 200 nautical miles of EEZ and continental shelf in the area where no other coastal states are adjacent to or across to Indonesian waters beyond 200 nautical miles. In these areas, based on the bathymetric and geological data, Indonesia identified 3 areas of interest where Indonesia's continental margin may stretch beyond 200 nautical miles. The 3 potential areas in which Indonesia continental margin may stretch beyond 200 nautical miles are the seabed and subsoil area in west of Sumatra Island, south of Java and Nusa Tenggara Island, and north of Papua. Including the first partial submission in northwest of Aceh, Indonesia has already submitted 3 partial continental shelf submissions. And this August, Indonesia will be filing another submission for the area of south of Java and Nusa Tenggara. Ladies and gentlemen, to improve the ocean national data, we are currently trying to synchronize all available data and information. Since 2015, sharing data and information of ocean sectors has been initiated through an agreement or a memorandum of understanding between 8 related ministries. The context of the MOU itself is expanded in 2020 by evolving 3 other relevant ministries to become an MOU between 11 related ministries. And the MOU itself aims for cooperation and synergy between various stakeholders to jointly acquisition, process, manage, and share Indonesian ocean data. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, moreover, as the biggest archipelagic country with 6.4 million kilometers of sea, Indonesia is currently lacking research vessels. Indonesia only has a few research vessels. For example, Indonesian National Research Innovation Agency is currently managing only 5 research vessels. Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology probably only have 1. And then the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources also have 1. And Indonesian Navy Hydrographic centers operate several research vessels, including research vessel Spica and research vessel Regal. We are currently trying to optimize and improve the capability and quality of ocean survey. This is also mentioned by Pa Menko during his speech earlier, that we are trying to improve our capacity by creating agglomerations of research capacity of all surface agencies, including Navy Hydrographic Oceanic Center and other agencies. So we are also trying to increase collaboration and conducting cost-effective surveys, and all recent surveys were coordinated and conducted by multi-sector agencies. Bathymetric survey will be completed with not only acquisition of seismic data, but also geological and biodiversity research. Furthermore, in order to improve our capacity, Indonesia is also open to any collaboration with strategic partners and international organizations. We develop bilateral or trilateral cooperation with our strategic partner. For example, cooperation between Indonesia, represented by our ministry, and the Republic of Korea, Korean Marine Technology Cooperation Research Center, which develop a technical cooperation and also the establishment of a new research vessel that we put somewhere in Cirebon. And then besides that, we also develop collaboration with international organizations such as a great long-lasting cooperation that has been developed by Indonesian Navy Hydrographic Oceanic Center and IHO. Besides that, Indonesia also built international collaboration in ocean research and scholarship between universities. One of these examples is the program that do through the Archipelagic and Island States Forum. Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, from our discussion today, without intending to tease the stakeholders, please allow us to convey our opinion regarding the steps that need to be taken by government in order to improve the national policy regarding the hydrographic issues such as cost-effective collaboration, ocean data acquisition and survey and research. This also mentioned by Pak Luhut earlier. Accelerations on integration of ocean data and information between institutional states and private sectors. Concrete sustainable collaboration and cooperation between states. And lastly, of course, raising awareness, knowledge, and capacity through competent international organizations. As William Brodie once said, the calculus of innovation is really quite simple. Knowledge drives innovations, innovation drives productivity, and productivity drives our economic growth. Therefore, if we want to gain benefit from our oceans, then we need the ocean data. Ladies and gentlemen, before I give back the screen to moderators, let me on this day wish you a happy World Ocean Day and happy Hydrographic Day. We have to do our best to protect and appreciate our oceans, our livelihood, and we need to look after this precious fortune, our common oceans. Let's work together. Thank you. Back to you, Madam and Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause to Bapak Sorelo kita. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. You have mentioned about Indonesia's blue profile, 5 key challenges of Indonesian ocean development, and a lot of material in your presentation actually align with the presentation delivered by Bapak Luhut earlier. You also mentioned the importance of building collaboration with strategic.
Don't want to break anything. Thank you. Minister, Admiral Margono, Vice Admiral Nuridat, IHO Director Sanapi, esteemed friends and colleagues, and I'd ask the team if they could run that for me now.
Our world is changing. Pressure on our oceans is growing. Every decision we make about how we use the marine environment matters. Data about everything from the seabed to the surface has never been more important. This blue data can help solve real-world problems and shape the future of our oceans and how we use them. Our charts are derived from a wealth of blue data, including bathymetry, showing the depth and nature of the seabed. Mariners across the globe rely on them to navigate safely and efficiently. When it's combined with other, blue data will help inform a range of important decisions about the use of the marine environment and will play a critical role in addressing the challenges faced by coastal communities around the world, especially when it's advanced by data science, enabling us to handle and process vast quantities of data using satellite imagery to map our coasts and guiding efforts to protect these environments so they stay healthy and resilient for years to come. As our oceans continue to change, so will the way we use them. Innovation is at the heart of this, transforming the maritime industry and driving new standards that will change the way data is collected and shared. The more data we have access to, the better we can help people around the world make key decisions with confidence. So we're increasing the number of data providers we work with, making our own data more accessible, and creating new and better ways to help our customers. Together, we have the technology and expertise to tackle tomorrow's challenges and meet the needs of an ever-changing world. Together, we can use blue data to ensure our oceans are safe, secure, and thriving for the future.
It's my great pleasure to be with you here today in Bali. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Admiral Nuridat and his team for their hospitality and the superb administrative arrangements during the recent IRCC immediately preceding this celebration of World Hydrographic Day. Thank you too for inviting me to speak to you today at such a crucial time for our oceans. I note the range of speakers and we are due to hear from, and this excellent opportunity to share the wealth of knowledge that you all have, expertise that is welcome in our efforts to highlight the very real contribution that hydrography can make to the sustainable use of our oceans. If I may, I will start with some words about our work at the UK Hydrographic Office, or UKHO for short. Our public duty for over 225 years is focused on the seas and oceans that cover over 70% of the Earth's surface. More specifically, our focus is on maritime or marine data which supports decision making. From the surface to the seabed and everything in between, the data we hold spans the oceans in terms of bathymetry, tides, currents, and seabed composition. As we look beyond land and oceans too, for more than 250 years, we have looked to the stars, and this means that we can publish the Nautical Almanac, which provides astronomical data for wide use, including mariners, of course, but also schools, film companies, and religious groups. The UK is a maritime nation. Over a third of our population lives within 5 kilometres of the coast, and 17% of us live in coastal communities. We're very privileged to be surrounded by some of the most beautiful and diverse coastal and marine habitats on the Earth. We know that the wise utilisation, protection, and restoration of those habitats can provide the most wide-ranging benefits, including biodiversity, including preventing biodiversity loss, supporting livelihoods and well-being, and regulating our climate. We've jumped on a few slides. We should go back a couple if we can. But I can't say too much about the magnificence of the UK's coastal and marine habitats when I'm here in such spectacular Bali. The only disappointing aspect of my visit is that it is time limited. As we heard from the Minister for Maritime Affairs, Indonesia is one of the world's leading maritime nations, with some of the most diverse and important oceans. You have the highest coral reef diversity in the world and the largest cover of mangrove forests, accounting for around 23% of the world's mangrove area and up to half of that in Asia. It is estimated that some 60% of Indonesia's population lives in coastal areas. That's around 150 million people. More than half of your animal protein supply comes from seafood, and your shrimp production accounts for over 45% of Indonesia's annual fish exports. Because I work as the UK's national hydrographer, it is both a personal and a strategic reflection that in so many ways the oceans are a lifeline. The UKHO uses hydrographic data with the explicit aims of delivering safe, secure, and thriving oceans. Recognizing that some 90% of the world's trade by volume is carried by sea, you might not be aware that some 90% of ships trading internationally rely on the UKHO's portfolio of Admiralty maritime data solutions to help them navigate safely and efficiently. The UKHO will continue to work with our partners, such as the Indonesian Navy, in order to provide mariners with assured and dependable information that meets their ever-changing needs. But still, over the last 50 years, we've lost a shocking half the population. It's busier, and we look to the sea to provide more of our energy and carbon storage. We need to take a strategic view of how we use our seas, and international collaboration will be critical. We want to work with you all to support coexistence between all sea users, optimizing the use of our seas and balancing the needs of industry with restoring and protecting the marine environment. To this end, the UK government is working to ensure the effective protection of marine protected areas. We've been leading the calls to protect at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030, including through the UK-led Ocean Alliance. Over 100 countries have now added their support to this target. The UK has also launched a £500 million sustainable blue economy programme, which will support efforts to protect the marine environment and reduce poverty. I was also delighted to see the ocean right at the heart of the conversation at COP26, with some important outcomes for us all. To this slide, at COP26 in November last year, the UK government launched the Clydebank Declaration. This responds to the IMO strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Through this declaration, more than 20 nations have committed to establish green shipping corridors. The signatories will facilitate the establishment of partnerships across the marine value chain. A green corridor is not a set of hard and fast parameters. It's the creation of a targeted ecosystem of change factors, covering everything from port and ship technology to fuel usage and voyage optimization. These changes aim to reduce greenhouse gas shipping emissions. In another example of how we can leverage hydrographic data, the UK Hydrographic Office is working to unleash the power of digital navigation to help world shipping to meet carbon reduction targets, while at the same time remaining the engine of global trade. We are currently exploring using hydrographic data to support concepts like just-in-time arrival, port call optimization, advanced vessel dynamics, speed optimization, data granularity, and dynamic underkeel clearance. We are doing a lot, but together we must do more. We continue to advance the science on the connection between the ocean and our climate. And at the UKHO, we have already made exciting advances in data science, discovering new ways to support vulnerable coastal communities and mapping precious marine reserves and habitats that capture carbon. This science and the enabling role we play for safe navigation, intelligent shipping, and sustainable oceans can only be built on more powerful, more insightful, and critically more accessible information. The information we have about our oceans needs to be readable and actionable by both humans and machines alike. This information will enable ships and officers ashore to work in harmony, unlocking a new level of access, transparency, and support at near real time. Our work and our work with our international partners means that we can build a new product range based on new international hydrographic standards, which will deliver a positive, transformative impact. The S100 standards that Director Sanapi briefed us on during his keynote speech today will support new products, improve navigation, and also support the protection and improvement of marine habitats, coastal communities' national structures, and critical national infrastructure. As a result, there are huge economic, commercial, technical, safety, risk, and environmental benefits for us to gain. The climate emergency motivates us to use our technical acumen and influence to mitigate the impact of shipping on our planet. For the duration of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, we are committed to improving recognition of the fact that hydrographic data underpins nearly every activity in the ocean space. Next slide, please. And so if we think about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, the 10 targets under SDG 14 relating to life under the water are especially relevant to us. One of the key targets here is number 14.7, which establishes that by 2030, we want to increase the economic benefits from the sustainable use of marine resources to small island developing states, or as I prefer to refer to them, large ocean states, and also the least developed countries in the world. But of course, SDG 9 also challenges us to support broader economic development and human well-being. The challenge is for us to find creative solutions to shared challenges. In this regard, hydrographic data is an important enabler. If we are to achieve SDGs 9 and 14, we must recognize up-to-date hydrographic data as a keystone data set. Far from just supporting safety of navigation, hydrographic data can help us sustainably exploit and provide long-term protection for our oceans. As an example, if a marine protected area is delimited without a good understanding of the seabed, it may unnecessarily hinder access to a port. By contrast, if a new port is developed without a good understanding of the seabed, it may damage a habitat essential for food security. If, of course, both activities are approached with a good understanding of the seabed, then both can be achieved in a sustainable way for the benefit of us all. At this celebration of World Hydrography Day, I want, if I may please, to make a request of you all. Everyone in this room and joining us online will likely already understand that hydrographic data is important, and indeed vital, if we are to deliver safe, secure, and thriving oceans. We know that our work can be used for more than safety of navigation, and it can be used by and for other government departments, whether to support tourism, fisheries management, defence, or disaster recovery. In short, the hydrographic community instinctively recognises that governments across the world can use hydrographic data to support their wider strategic goals. Many of you joining this seminar are experts in your fields, and it's important that we celebrate this. The request I put to you is to help others understand the importance and value of hydrography and the strategic advantage which hydrographic data enables. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is that within your next week, you find one person who does not understand hydrography, but for whom hydrographic data is important, and you support their development or the development of their understanding. Whether you speak to someone in government, a scientist, someone in industry, or an NGO, I'm sure you'll do an excellent job. If, however, our collective mission was a race, I recognise that my Indonesian friends have a head start on the rest of us. I would like to congratulate your recognition of World Hydrography Day 2022, and in particular your emphasis on supporting the interests of the world while still prioritising the preservation of our oceans. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Real Admiral Red Hatcher, for this insightful presentation. You covered quite a lot, basically how to enable a better use of our ocean data, and also ocean by talking about blue data. That's what you mentioned also. I'm interested in your challenges, the last one that you mentioned about how to basically involve more people or explaining this very issue to more people, especially the laymen. It is very interesting to understand that the ocean actually covers more of the surface of the earth, but we have a lot less people who understand, who are interested in the hydrography and ocean issue. I think that's the point that you made. Now I would like to go further. Mia, you would like to continue probably? Or I would like to first invite, okay. Now the next speaker will be Vice Admiral Dr. Fujita Masayuki. Sir, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
All right, great. Now the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, moderators, and hello, everyone. My name is Fujita Masayuki, Chief Hydrographer of Japan, and I understand I'm here today as a chair of the East Asian Hydrographic Commission. First of all, I would like to express sincere gratitude to the Indonesian Navy, especially Admiral Yudo Margono and Vice Admiral Nur Hidayat for hosting such a wonderful seminar, as well as CBSC and IRCC. It's such an honor and privilege to be able to speak to all these highly respected experts gathered here today. I only regret that I'm not on site in the room, but still happy to be with you even online. Taking this opportunity, I will be speaking about how hydrography can contribute to ocean decade and our role for future hydrography, emphasizing regional implementation. In the last couple of years, next slide, please. Oh, you or looking at the slides from Japan? No?
All right, can somebody please help with the slides? All right.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, in the last couple of years, East Asia underwent one of the fastest and exceptional growth in the world. In particular, the growth in the industry, population, and economy has been extraordinary. This growth anchored by freight transportation demand extended use of the ocean, which in turn will have a tremendous effect on the ocean environment. One of the underlying activities supporting this growth is hydrography. Next slide, please. Safety of navigation, which is the main objective of our work, is essential for the growth in our region. Safe freight transportation ensures the distribution of supplies that are essential for people's daily life, including commercial products, foods, industrial materials, and energy resources, providing stability to affluent lifestyles for everybody. Of all kinds of transportations available, including airplane, truck, and train, there is no better way than shipment in terms of its volume and efficiency. Hydrography makes safe international logistics and convenient lifestyles possible. Next slide, please. Application of acquired hydrographic data can be extended far beyond the originally intended safety navigation, but be utilized in a variety of fields, including coastal development, disaster mitigation, search and rescue support, marine science, environment preservation, and fisheries. In this sense, hydrography is considered as an important building block for the East Asia growth in terms of utilization and environment preservation for the ocean. Likewise, hydrographic data is critical for regional development when it is shared internationally with greater convenience. Our activities as EHC are making tremendous contribution for the development of East Asia. Next slide, please. UNESCO outlined the 7 outcomes as the ocean we want at the end of the ocean decades. Among them, an accessible ocean that is enabling people around the world to effectively use information about the ocean is the most fundamental outcome supporting the rest of the outcomes. Therefore, I believe we should focus our most efforts on this outcome for the successful ocean decade. Next slide, please. The hydrographic data that we obtain from hydrographic surveys and nautical chart production as part of our daily work might be treated in such a way as not so significant in our mind. However, we should realize that this is in fact very valuable data which help the accessible ocean. As I have just mentioned, such data are essential for our regional growth. To promote further growth in our region, we should expand the accessible ocean. Next slide, please. The way we can contribute to the accessible ocean outcome is quite simple: sharing our hydrographic data to people around the world. In order to do this, first, we need to gather various data that benefit further development and the environmental preservation of the ocean. And after that, we can move on to a next step of sharing data obtained in a way suitably for users like MSDI. Next slide, please. Several coastal states in East Asian region already operate MSDI and release marine information to the public. MSDI is an extremely powerful tool, not only for the economy and society development of our own country, but also for helping the accessible ocean outcome. Although the contents and function of MSDI differ among coastal states, all states are encouraged to further enhance the performance continuously. To accomplish data acquisition and provision for the accessible ocean in the region, efforts of one coastal state are not enough, but our collaborative efforts as an entire coastal region are quite essential. Next slide, please. For the realization of the ocean decade in region, we need to establish a solid foundation for the technological advancement in regional hydrography. This enables all coastal states to acquire appropriate and various hydrographic data and possibly to apply advanced technology for providing marine information. This may seem to be a long way, but it is ultimately the fastest and most efficacious way. As the saying goes, the longest way around is the shortest way home. There are three major points that we can think of to improve the regional hydrographic technologies. Firstly, sharing information on hydrographic technologies among the organizations. Solutions or new technologies that were never been thought of by one organization might be already established by another. Second, strengthening human interactions and employee relations among hydrographic offices would facilitate a deeper trusting relationship between offices, which is particularly important as our field often requires international collaboration. Thirdly, we need individually tailored capacity building trainings that match the various demands that each hydrographic office has. By implementing tailored CB trainings in addition to our current one-size-fits-all approach, trainees will have opportunities to acquire even more deeper technical knowledge about hydrography. Next slide, please. To achieve three major points that I have mentioned in the previous slide, the most appropriate activity for us is to implement capacity building trainings for our employees, as well as cultivating and strengthening relationships between coastal states. To do this, there would be three possible capacity building types that we can think of. First is exchanging employees to participate long-term trainings offered by other countries. There are about 6 countries in East Asia offering Cat B hydrographic courses in English. So these trainings are recommended to accept employees of other hydrographic offices. Second is to have on-site style capacity building at hydrographic office in another country instead of lecture style. This type of training would not be a long-term, but tailored trainings that match the need of each trainee will be provided efficiently. Third is to send instructor instead of accepting trainees. By doing this, an instructor can directly train large numbers of people instead of one trainee representative of each state, having to convey what he or she has learned to other employees. Although it can only aim at one organization, I believe that we can expect to foster greater relationship between instructors and organizations. When coastal states reach sufficient levels to be able to acquire various data and to operate MSDI, it is important for them to continuously enhance the function and contents of the MSDI to make the hydrographic data more accessible to the public. Resulting fruits of our efforts will continue to ensure ocean sciences even after the period of ocean decay. Next slide, please. East Asian countries have grown and have a great potential for further dramatic growth if we gather various data that cover the entire ocean. I strongly believe that international collaboration and interaction will pave the way for a prosperous future development of the region. Go together and go further. This is one of the most well-known trademark phrases in EHC that I'm sure we all hear at least once in EHC meetings. The phrase points in the same direction to the pledge of the SDGs, no one is left behind. We believe this is our way to go. The last remark that I would like to make as a EAHC chair is the importance of regional development for the development of each coastal state. Contribution made to the ocean decade as a region would bring much benefit to a coastal state. As we say, if you help others, you will also be helped. So let's be collaborative and support for each other in the East Asian region. That's all my talk. Thank you very much for this opportunity and thanks for your listening.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Dr. Masayuki, for addressing a vital topic with a key focus on East Asia. You've mentioned about East Asia region previously, industry, population and economic growth, safety of navigation and beyond, outcomes of the ocean decade, value of hydrographic data, ways for contribution to accessible ocean, and the last thing you mentioned also about go together to go further. It's a very insightful presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Masayuki. We shall now continue with the Q&A session with these three outstanding speakers. We would like to invite participants who are joining us here in person to ask questions, and those participants joining us online to also ask questions on a chat box. May I say, previously you also mentioned the involvement of more people, public, to know more about hydrography and to know more about our ocean. And me personally, as youth and as millennial, I learned a lot today. So it's very exciting and intriguing to hear more during this discussion session. Pak Andi, would you like to lead our Q&A session?
Thank you very much, Mia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to invite questions from the audience in the room first, before we continue to, because I think we already have questions also from the audience via Zoom. All right. Okay, if there is no question yet from the room, I would like to read the questions from the Zoom. Could you please enlarge a little bit, because I have problems with my eyes. All right, first, Admiral Hanarko, right, from Bakamla, Republic of Indonesia. Can you just slideshow this, please? Okay, please, Mia, help me. You're younger than me, so you can read it.
Okay, allow me to read the question from First Admiral Hanarko Jodi from Manado. This question is addressed to all speakers. As we know that many parties are currently carrying out marine survey activities, my question is, to support many maritime interests, who should manage the bathymetric data on the national level?
On the national
okay,
level.
yeah, we have it here.
All right. Vice Admiral Hatcher, you would like to give some comments on this first, please?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I think I'll try to answer it, but without dodging it. But I think it's probably quite a multi-layered question for me. You know, we probably all understand something different by manage. You know, everywhere from collect to aggregate, analyze, and then produce and secure. You know, across that whole piece, we increasingly need to secure data. And I don't think one size fits all here. Speaking from a UK perspective, it's definitely not as straightforward as it could be, and therefore should be. Certainly organisations have different responsibilities, and therefore the chain of custody of data is layered and complex. Certainly UKHO, so the clues in the name, we hope we're at the nexus of this in the United Kingdom. But of course, so for one example, the Department for Transport is predominantly responsible for our national delivery of the UN Safety of Life at Sea requirement, but they delegate that to us. In a collection sense, we try only for our sort of deliveries sort of structures to think locally at home, and then our wider responsibilities internationally. And then we have a defence customer as well. So again, the work isn't siloed. I'm a real advocate of collect once, use often principle, and of course many of our users use the same data just slightly differently. So I'm apologising if that answer goes around the houses a little bit. I guess mine and our sort of professional responsibility is while these things are as complex as they are, is to do our best to bridge by communication predominantly across those departments, organisations, and structures to make sure that the management of it goes as smoothly as possible.
Thank you very much. We also here have joining online. I'm not really sure if Bapak Soralokita is still with us at the moment.
Yes, Pak Andi, I'm here.
Okay, do you want to have some comments on this, Pak Soralokita?
Yes, Pak Andi, I think for these questions, I couldn't agree more what already Pak Hatcher already mentioned, that there is no one-size-fits-all for this for the system. I mean, like Indonesia, we have our own uniqueness, where we have a lot of agencies and ministries involving with these issues. So therefore, my ministry, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investments, since 2014, we're trying to find a system that can bring a collaboration, a better collaborations among all stakeholders, so that our hydrographic data can be completed, covering all Indonesia with reliable data, using all the resources, but basically through collaborations and cooperations, because somehow in Indonesia, all of these agencies, they have their own mandates. And therefore, I think there is no better solution than we collaborate and having a better cooperation. That's all from me, Pak Moderator. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bapak Soralokita. We also have Dr. Fujitama Sayuki. If you are still with us, if you want to have some comments, please.
Well, it might be a complicated question, but the similar kind of thing goes also in Japan, as distinguished two speakers have already mentioned. And in Japan also, we are several organizations involved in the bathymetry data acquirement. So collaboration is required at this stage, but I think the hydrographic offices like us can play a major role or leading role in managing not exactly the managing, but the leading role in treating the bathymetric data. That's my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mia, do you still have time?
I think so. I think maybe you would like to add something?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Evert Vlier, former national hydrographer of Norway, and I'll be speaking later this afternoon. I thought it was a very good question that came from the Admiral of the Indonesian Navy on who should be the national bathymetric data manager. And it's something that we've discussed at length in Norway. And I think one of the basic principles is that in order for a population to trust the data that governments provide for whatever purpose, they need to be managed at the data owner level, and there where they are the data authority on that topic. As such, the hydrographic officers are the authoritative bathymetric data managers in the view that we have in Norway. There can be others that contribute through their activities, but it might be not the primary activity of those other institutions. So such as the Institute of Marine Science in Norway also collects bathymetric data when they do specific marine science, but it's a subset of their data. We make sure that it gets into our national archive where it's managed for the greater good of society, both national and international. So in answer to that question, yes, it is complex, but in Norway we've used a lot of time on it, and we've landed on a simple solution. Hydrographic Office should be the national bathymetric data manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleer. All right, allow me to invite the gentleman from my right side to ask question, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Andi. My name is Ying Huang Tai Lau. I'm the National Hydrographer from Singapore. On a lighter note, actually it struck me very much, and this question is directed at Ms. Mia. You said earlier that as a millennial, you're very excited to hear about all this. I was wondering, there might be a bit of a generation gap, if you can tell, and maybe you could share with us how we, as experts, hydrographers, can excite people of your generation to be more interested in the ocean, to do something about them. Because I think we're looking at generations after ours that will take this challenge into hand and solve some of the problems that perhaps we or previous generations may have started. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very interesting discussion where moderator also get to be asked question. Thank you very much. To be completely honest, the field of hydrography or ocean is not my field of study. I studied international relations and international organization. However, when I read the profile of the speakers, it intrigues me more to know more about this. And as you mentioned earlier and yesterday, Pa Andi also showed me a picture that we know more about Mars, for instance, than our own ocean. It is very intriguing for me, and especially as millennial, to have it in it's in an easier way to have a fun fact first, for instance, to start our idea or to start our thought to provoke discussion about this matter. Because if we go deep to a more technical issue as the introduction, it will make us as millennial a bit confused to that. But if you start with fun fact, you start with the elaboration of presentation and material in an interactive manner. As Pa Andi here always shared a very nice animation, for instance, or pictures or videos, it creates some sort of more interest for millennial to know more about that. And then after that fun fact, after that interactive content, we want to know more. And at the end, we will obviously seek for more explanation and more technical terms, but that's the second layer of it. Our interest starts with this interactive video, interactive data, or fun facts. That's from my personal view.
If I may translate that into a short sentence, everybody here should go into TikTok and Instagram, okay? Thank you. All right, I think we still have a couple of minutes for discussion. Anyone from the room, please? Yes, please. Gentleman in the back, please. Monggo, Bapak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Commander Franciscus. I'm from Indonesia. Allow me to raise one question to Rear Admiral Red Hatcher. Good morning, Admiral. As United Kingdom National Hydrographer, as well we know nowadays UKSO as a role model for many hydrographic offices in the world. UKSO also has cooperation with many countries in hydrographic surveys and charting. One of them with Pusidrosal Indonesia. And now the industrial era 4.0 is starting to move towards the industrial era 5.0. And of course, due to this trend, nowadays all sectors are racing to be able to adapt to this change. And my question is, How is the strategy from UKSO to deal with and to be able to adapt to this 5.0 industrial era? Related with UKSO purposes and mission, like in your previous presentation, which are supporting safe, secure, and thriving ocean. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't catch the core bit of the question because of a creaky door. Captain, thank you for that question. I think I could give a long answer, but I know we're short on time, and you don't need a long answer. I think we're very focused, as you say, on the transition from, if I simplify it only for myself, you know, from where we are now into second generation digital navigation, and how best to get there. And to your point about our very fortunate position in that we do that with so many partners and friends. I think the front of that is about having a conversation. We're keen to be at the forefront of the standards that will set us up well for that transformation, that journey. We're, as you'd expect, very close to IHO. IHO, on behalf of all of us, will coordinate and support us, lead us, you know, on that journey to establish the standards that will get us to the regulations that for so many of us are so important. But they're inextricably linked, of course, and much of the world's marine traffic, maritime traffic, is in the regulated space. And even if it isn't, it's not unregulated. But that's one for, you know, conversation for coffee. But we must make sure that we collectively get the standards right so that the regulations that follow are what we need. I think a change for us, I think, and I think that's for all of us, is our relationship with industry, the commercial side of this. Now, this is less of an elite sport. It's less of a niche sport, I think, hydrography, and the development of the products and services that we all use. So our relationship with industry is very important. I think that starts at the collect end and goes all the way through to products and services. And I think it's probably more important than it always has been, or has previously been, and primarily because I think certainly from those of us in military structures, and many of us, if we're not still military, have come from that sort of foundation, we can't move as fast in the technological sense as industry can. And in this space, it's moving extraordinarily quickly at the moment. So in order to keep up, to keep pace, and be at the leading edge of this, which I would suggest we must be, we need to be closer to industry and the commercial side of what we do. And that partnership, I think, whilst sometimes a challenge for both sides, needs to improve. But of course, I think, and I've acknowledged the IHO, which is our umbrella organization. I think the bilateral and the multilateral arrangements that we have around the world are the gearing that makes the bigger international things possible. So from the gearing through the regional structures that we have into the international sphere is where it works best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I think we still have a couple of minutes for discussion, right, Mia? Mia, can you help me to read that question from the Zoom, please?
Okay, so we have another question from our online participant from Dan Kolat Koarmada to Rear Admiral Red Hatcher. From its early history of hydrographic offices around the world, navies are always at the spearhead of surveying and charting the sea. With today's growing usage of the sea, how important is it for the hydrographic office to be under the naval office as most country has it?
Thank you for that question. And I think I've at least in part in my last answer touched on some of the aspects, so I'll be quick to allow more questions. I think it's a reducing requirement, if it was ever a requirement. It's a reducing pattern. Speaking specifically as I would for UKHO, whilst we are still under the UK Ministry of Defence, we are an arm's length body of that organisation. So we're a trading fund. So that is our administering ministry, but actually we're set aside from it. We're in a sort of a parallel lane. Our chief exec is a civilian, and most of our staff are now. We clearly are directly linked to that department, and defence is our primary customer, and the Royal Navy is our primary user. But I think the governance and the structure of how UK does hydrography has changed over the years. You know, it's steeped in, and I'm bound to be very proud of my Navy's history, reaching back to the 17th century in hydrography, and that continues today. One other comment I would just quickly make, though, I think it's linked to a previous comment about industry. We don't just see, but we plan to have a more blended relationship with industry here, linked again to...
Fajar, Assistant for International Cooperation and Maritime Boundaries of Pusidrosal. I would like to ask to Admiral Fujita. In our region, East Asia, my question is, there is a gap between among the countries related to survey or hydrographic activities regarding the exploring the ocean to get the benefit. As we know that investment in ocean survey, it will need a lot of budget and also technology, advanced technology. My question is there any strategy from Japan Hydrographic Office or maybe suggestion to reduce the gap among the East Asian
Dr.
Pak Andi, the last question is also addressed
Very
to
similar.
Dr. Masayuki.
Right. I think we should, yeah.
It's from Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Correct. Please, Mia. I think this is quite related somehow, the question. Can you please read?
Okay, Dr. Masayuki, this question is also addressed to you from Radito Pratomo from Geography Universitas Gadjah Mada. As a maritime nation, how you manage marine data on a national level, cooperate and engage with other institutions in Japan to manage the data.
All right. Dr. Mayasuki, are you able to hear us?
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. And as he said, of course, there are gaps among the regional nations in technology. The budget or human resource problems, as I talked in my presentation, capacity building is one of the most important thing for the cooperation in the region. This, of course, does not help solving the budget or human resource problems, but at least that kind of skills, hydrographic skills, kind of thing can be treated with. And for example, Japan has long been implementing the JICA training course in the survey areas to the people from the world. So there's one thing I can say is that we can to fill the gaps between these technology or kind of thing. This kind of thing is to try our best to make a capacity building kind of thing. That's my comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mayasuki. Once again, all right. Oh, sir, you still have anything to add? Please.
Thank you, moderator. And I'm from Japan. I'm Shigeru Nakabayashi. On behalf of Dr. Fujita, I'm happy to hear. And also, in addition to my boss's reply, I'd like to add something to my friend Fajar. You see that as you said, it is domestic level. I'm not sure it could bureau. I'm not sure the English name, but which is managing the maritime policy establishment bureau or something like that. And actually, so Dr. Fujita, he has the post. He had before. He had a post of that bureau. So that means that the hydrographic office is well involved in that high-level policy-making system. So such kind of you might have such kind of system. So we suggest that you should be involved personally to such kind of national level ocean policy or maritime policy system. That
I think we have very nice discussion, and some questions remained in our head. But allow us to conclude this session. One summary, what I've taken for sure, and then how the hydrography can help us to utilize the ocean. So we talk about the evolution of the hydrography from security and safety oriented into prosperity, borderless interoperable operation. That's what we have dream about with regards to hydrography. Ocean requires good understanding. We once again have been reminded in all of those. So I think once again, I would like to invite everybody to thank and also appreciate the three.
And let's give a big round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers for your remarkable presentation and also answers. And I'm sure the participants will discussion after the lunch break. For now, I will hand it back to the MC.
Thank you very much. It was such a very insightful discussion, but eventually our first session of discussion has been completed. And before we continue with the second lunch with the authentic Balinese cuisine served at the Kunyit restaurant, for those who haven't known where the Kunyit restaurant is, when you exit the room, you may turn right, and then you're going to follow the corridor and turn right after the intersection, and that's going to lead you to the Kunyit restaurant. And for your information, we are going to start our seminar again at 1 p.m. and our committee will notify you in the restaurant with the sound operation. May you enjoy your break.
kasih kepada Pus Hidrosal dan Angkatan Laut yang telah mengikutkan kegiatan ekspedisi ini dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan
Jales Veva Jaya Mahe. Kejayaan kita ada di laut, bukan lembaga yang mampu memetakan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Pus Hidrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal Indonesia. Sudah dimulai sejak didirikannya Komite Peta Laut pada tahun 1787 oleh pemerintah Hindia Belanda atau IHO, dan 10 tahun kemudian Dinas Hidrografi ALRI resmi menjadi Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia berdasarkan Kepres RI nomor 164 tahun 1960. Sejak tahun 1970, kegiatan hidrografi sudah menerapkan metode modern seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik, kegiatan survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional, hingga puncaknya berhasil mendistribusikan Jales Veva Jaya Mahe. Kejayaan kita ada di laut. Dan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Pus Hidrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal pemerintah Republik Indonesia di bidang Indonesia, seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik. Mulai kurun waktu ini, Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia melakukan kegiatan survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional, hingga puncaknya berhasil mendistribusikan 2009. Untuk kapal survei, 2 kapal diantaranya adalah kapal survei multipurposes, yaitu KRI Rigel 933 dan KRI Spika 934, yang dilengkapi dengan peralatan survei dan pemetaan hidrooseanografi modern. Beberapa kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Pus Hidrosal meliputi pemetaan laut yang dilaksanakan dengan mengikuti kaidah kartografi dan menggunakan perangkat lunak yang sudah mengikuti standar IHO, survei batimetrik, oseanografi dan meteorologi, survei geodetik, survei for disaster permanen yang dapat mengirimkan semua sumber data batimetri yang akan digunakan dengan sistem yang berbasis Caris Bati Database dan Hydrographic Production Database. Produk yang dihasilkan oleh Pus Hidrosal adalah peta laut dan peta khusus yang dirancang khusus untuk memenuhi kebutuhan navigasi laut dalam bentuk kertas atau analog dan sesuai dengan mandat Konvensi Safety of Life at Sea International Maritime Organization. Selain laut, wilayah perairan yang juga dilakukan pemetaan oleh Pus Hidrosal adalah danau dan sungai yang berada. Pus Hidrosal memproduksi 21 publikasi nautika seperti Almanak Nautika, Kepanduan Bahari, Daftar Laut Indonesia, Informasi Pelabuhan Indonesia, Daftar Stasiun Radio Pantai, dan Pus Hidrosal saat ini juga dalam rangka mendukung. Pus Hidrosal juga menjalankan fungsi militer untuk mendukung operasi dan latihan, serta pembangunan fasilitas pangkalan dan produk geospasial lainnya untuk kepentingan pertahanan.
Pus Hidrosal akan terus maju dengan menjamin keselamatan pelayaran serta diplomasi wujudkan Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia.
Jales Veva Jaya Mahe, kejayaan kita ada di laut. Sebagai negara maritim yang luas wilayah perairannya lebih dari 70%, Indonesia membutuhkan lembaga yang mampu memetakan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Pushhidrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal pemerintah Republik Indonesia. Sudah dimulai sejak didirikannya Komite Peta Laut pada tahun 1787 oleh pemerintah Hindia Belanda atau IHO, dan 10 tahun berdasarkan Kepres RI nomor 160/70. Kegiatan hidrografi sudah menerapkan metode modern seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik. Mulai kurun waktu ini, Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia melakukan kegiatan survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional hingga 2009. Untuk kapal survei, 2 kapal diantaranya adalah kapal survei multipurposes, yaitu KRI Rigel 933 dan KRI Spika 934, yang dilengkapi dengan peralatan survei dan pemetaan hidrooseanografi modern. Beberapa kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Pushhidrosal meliputi pemetaan laut yang dilaksanakan dengan mengikuti kaidah kartografi dan menggunakan perangkat lunak yang sudah mengikuti standar IHO, survei batimetri, oseanografi dan meteorologi, survei geodetik, survei for disaster relief permanen yang dapat terus bertambah setiap tahun secara terprogram. Pushhidrosal mengolah data batimetri dengan menggabungkan semua sumber data batimetri, termasuk data batimetri yang akan digunakan dengan sistem yang berbasis Caris Bati Database dan Hydrographic Production Database. Produk yang dihasilkan oleh Pushhidrosal adalah peta laut dan peta khusus yang dirancang khusus untuk memenuhi kebutuhan navigasi laut dalam bentuk kertas atau analog dan dalam bentuk Safety of Life at Sea International Maritime Organization. Juga dilakukan pemetaan oleh Pushhidrosal adalah danau dan sungai yang berada. Pushhidrosal memproduksi 21 publikasi nautika seperti Almanak Nautika, Kepanduan Bahari Laut Indonesia. Informasi berapa produk lainnya sebagai asosiasi Pushhidrosal saat ini juga dalam rangka mendukung kebutuhan komunitas maritim dan kebijakan satu peta. Pushhidrosal juga menjalankan fungsi militer, yaitu sebagai penyedia atau hidros dalam pembuatan peta militer aspek laut untuk mendukung operasi dan latihan, serta pembangunan fasilitas pangkalan dan produk geospasial lainnya untuk kepentingan pertahanan.
Pushhidrosal memetakan seluruh perairan Indonesia, wisata bahari, menunjang perekonomian, serta diplomasi batas maritim dengan negara lain. Hal tersebut dilaksanakan demi mewujudkan Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia. Gunakan peta laut untuk kejayaan bangsa.
rangka menggali potensi. dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan dalam rangka menggali dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan kasih kepada Pusi Perusahaan TNI Angkatan Laut yang telah mengikutkan kegiatan ekspedisi ini dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan kasih kepada Pusi Perusahaan TNI Angkatan Laut yang telah mengikutkan kegiatan ekspedisi ini dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan kasih kepada Pus Hidrosal TNI Angkatan Laut yang telah mengikutkan kegiatan ekspedisi ini dalam rangka menggali potensi sumber daya laut. Alhamdulillah selama ekspedisi yang berjalan
Jales Veva Jaya Mahe. Kejayaan kita ada di laut. Sebagai negara maritim yang luas wilayah perairannya lebih dari 70%, Indonesia membutuhkan lembaga yang mampu memetakan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Pus Hidrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal pemerintah Republik Indonesia di bidang hidrooceanografi. Sejarah keberadaan lembaga hidrooceanografi di Indonesia sudah dimulai sejak didirikannya Komite Peta Laut pada tahun 1787 oleh pemerintah Hindia Belanda. Pada tanggal 18 Oktober 1951, Indonesia menjadi anggota International Hydrographic Organization atau IHO. Dan 10 tahun kemudian, Dinas Hidrografi ALRI resmi menjadi Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia. Berdasarkan Kepres RI nomor 70, kegiatan hidrografi sudah menerapkan metode modern seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik. Mulai kurun waktu ini, Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia melakukan kegiatan survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional, hingga puncaknya berhasil mendistribusikan peta navigasi untuk mendukung kegiatan kapal survei. 2 kapal di antaranya adalah kapal survei multipurposes, yaitu KRI Rigel 933 dan KRI Spica 934. Yang dilengkapi dengan peralatan survei dan pemetaan hidrooceanografi modern. Beberapa kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Pus Hidrosal meliputi pemetaan laut yang dilaksanakan dengan mengikuti kaidah kartografi dan menggunakan perangkat lunak yang sudah mengikuti standar IHO. Survei batimetri, oceanografi dan meteorologi, survei geodetik, survei for disaster relief. Bus hidrosal memiliki stasiun pasang surut permanen yang dapat mengirim data real time di 10 lokasi perairan Indonesia, di mana lokasi bus hidrosal mengolah data batimetri dengan menggabungkan semua sumber data batimetri, termasuk data dari satelit, untuk kemudian dikumpulkan, dianalisa, dan ditentukan data batimetri. Produk yang dihasilkan oleh bus hidrosal adalah peta laut dan peta khusus yang dirancang khusus untuk memenuhi kebutuhan navigasi laut dalam bentuk kertas atau analog dan dalam bentuk elektronik atau ENC pada berbagai skala yang diperbarui setiap minggu sesuai dengan mandat Konvensi Safety of Life at Sea International Maritime Organization. Selain laut, wilayah perairan yang juga dilakukan pemetaan oleh bus hidrosal adalah danau dan sungai yang berada di wilayah Indonesia untuk memberikan jaminan keamanan dan keselamatan dalam pelayaran. Almanak Nautika, Kabar Indonesia, Berita Pelaut Indonesia, Informasi Pelabuhan Indonesia, Asosiasi dari Peta Laut Indonesia untuk digunakan sebagai panduan dalam bernavigasi. Bus hidrosal saat ini juga dalam rangka mendukung kebutuhan komunitas maritim dan kebijakan satu peta. Bus hidrosal juga menjalankan fungsi militer, yaitu sebagai penyedia atau hidros dalam pembuatan peta militer aspek laut untuk mendukung operasi dan latihan, serta pembangunan fasilitas pangkalan dan produk geospasial lainnya untuk kepentingan pertahanan.
Untuk memetakan seluruh perairan Indonesia guna menjamin keselamatan pelayaran, perlindungan lingkungan laut, negara lain. Hal tersebut dilaksanakan demi mewujudkan Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia. Gunakan peta laut untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Wilayah perairannya lebih dari 70%. Indonesia membutuhkan lembaga yang mampu memetakan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Bus Hidrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal pemerintah Republik Indonesia di bidang hidrooceanografi. Sejarah keberadaan lembaga pada tahun 1787 oleh pemerintah Hindia Belanda. Pada tanggal 18 Oktober 1951, Indonesia menjadi anggota berdasarkan Kepres RI nomor 164 tahun 1960. Sejak tahun 1970, kegiatan hidrografi sudah menerapkan metode modern seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik. Survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional, hingga puncaknya berhasil mendistribusikan peta navigasi elektronik atau ENC ke seluruh dunia pada tahun 2009. Untuk mendukung kegiatan pemetaan hidrooceanografi di Indonesia, Bus Hidrosal saat ini memiliki 8 kapal survei.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to begin our second session, please be seated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin our second session of the seminar, please be seated. Thank you for your cooperation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the commemoration of the World Hydrography Day 2022, Bali. As speakers, Commodore Stuart Dune and Mr. Everett Flyer to the stage. We have Dr. Thomas Heek and Mr. Hendra Yusran Siri, who will deliver the material virtually in our second session. And now I would like to hand it over to the moderators. Thank you.
Everybody had good lunch, authentic Balinese cuisines, I hope. Now we would like to continue to the second session of our event today. Today we have 4 distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. We have 2 here at least already on stage, and we will have 2 speakers online. Allow me first to introduce our online speakers, Mia. I would like to double check first with my good friend, Dr. Hendra Yusan Siri. Are you able to hear us, Pak Hendra?
Yes, very clearly, Andy, Christo.
All right. Thank you very much to Australia for our PhD, and we also went to a different program together. So once again, thank you very much and welcome Pak Hendra to this event. Currently, Pak Hendra is Mia to introduce other speakers, Mia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers and also participants who would like to also greet those participants who are joining us. I have 2 speakers here joining us. Everett Flyer, yeah, okay, Chairman of JEPCO Guiding Committee. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel. Allow me to appointee from Norway, started his career as an officer in the Royal Netherlands Navy in 1989. During his 21-year roles from watchkeeper to commanding officer, sailing on all oceans, Everett started the transition of Norwegian Hydrographic Service, one of 4 divisions in support of the blue economy.
Hey, good afternoon, Commodore Stuart Dune. Thank you very much once again for joining us. From Royal Australian Navy, Hydrographer of Australia. Allow me to read in Townsville in 1990. Promoted on 14 December 2020, and he has been awarded a Master of International Relations and a Graduate Strategy and Security from the University of New South Wales. So we happen to be from the same university in Australia. So I really am happy to share that information. Now,
virtually for the session correctly, Dr. Thomas, could you hear us?
Correctly, yes, I heard you very well.
Thank you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank your profile of you. You are CEO of EOMAP Germany. You are an expert in satellite-based environmental data services for marine industries. He worked as a project manager at the German Aero. He graduated as a physicist. Thomas, thank you very much for joining us in our discussion today. Each speaker will have approximately 15 minutes for their presence who are joining us on site here to ask questions. Andy, can I call our first speaker in this session, Hendra Yusran Siri, PhD.
Thank you, Junita. Thank you very much, Andy. Also, thank you, President Rosal, for inviting us. Actually, this is, I would like to convey the apologies from our DG. Currently, he is in Wakatobi. Right now, we have celebrating also World Ocean Day and also Coral Triangle Days. And I would like to also to remind us that June is Ocean Month because today and yesterday we have a World Ocean Days, and today we have a Coral Triangle Days, especially for Indonesia and the 6 countries. And 21st of June will be the World Hydrographic Day. Present here regarding the marine spatial planning, which is related to the hydrography. And we have also close collaboration with the Hydrosal, especially to mention here also for make sure that all the sea land or related the sea land. The Minister, Honorable Minister, and also Pak Sora mentioned about the richness of our marine resources. And I don't want to repeat again, but again, with all the resources, I think we have some extreme challenges, especially like overfishing. That's why our minister currently climate change, and this morning the Honorable Minister mentioned coastal development and marine pollution and conflict among sectors, and especially on how to utilize the marine space. Need to be managed and then to be planned in all the bases, which is where we, excuse me, I need to, should be in order to, for the marine space utilization, what we call this marine spatial planning. In UNESCO, they mentioned that this is like a public process of analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distributions of the human activities in marine areas to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives that usually have been specified through the policy that we also adopt, the study and also the capacity, creating capacity and so on. And then our and this is in Indonesia. We mentioned here that based on the three objective ecological, we want to ensure that the protection and the coastal marine ecosystem is it can be exist and also can be strengthened, as well as other important marine habitats. We have like seagrass and also other potential like a coral reef. And in economic, we would like to mention here that this marine spatial planning will be give the certainty, especially in the legal can be allocated and can be also can be enlarged. Agency of marine resources on traditional community or in Bahasa Indonesia to use the space, especially for the livelihood, and also to enhance the harmony of the marine space utilization between sectors. This is the objective of the marine spatial planning. And as a tool, marine spatial planning in Indonesia is should be implemented in the good governance manners, especially how to ensure that the political process during the public consultation will be there, and also our marine spatial planning is support the achievement of SDGs, especially the SDG target number 14, life below waters, and then this is other areas. And also the marine spatial planning is a mandate of kind of several legal basis, job creations, and also about the coastal management and coastal and marine management. And we have also Indonesian policy mission. This is already a presidential decree number 16, 2017. I'm sorry, I get the distractions from, I need to, allow me to just, I'm sorry. In our principle, first the sovereignty, of course, in territorial, the blue economic principles, we have to integrate the land use planning and also see marine spatial planning. This is a new mandate from the job creation. So in the province, and if you see that the hierarchy for that, we have a national perspective, and the scale is 1 for 1 million, and also interregional zoning plan, and we just mentioned like the sea, strait, or bay, which is not covered by the provincial jurisdiction. So Indonesia, as we have the 34 provincial, each province has to have what we call this the RZPP3K, Official Special Planning and Technical Material for Marine and National Strategic Areas. This is especially for the outermost islands, that we have 111 outermost islands. And also the particular National Strategic Area Zoning Plan. So each, the hierarchy have the different scale of the map. And for information that we have the total marine spatial planning here, and then we have already registered to the UNESCO that we have the 20 regional marine zoning plan. Of course, we have one national provincial zoning plan, which 30 of them is already enacted into the what we plan, and also half of the outermost island water zoning plan. We hope that we can finalize through. This is kind of like the roadmap we would like to get for marine spatial planning, and of course, hydrographic is really a key for our marine spatial planning. I don't want to go to detail for that, but this is what we would like to achieve until 2024. As we have to integrate, but next maybe airspace and also below surface surface. But through the job creation law, we have to integrate it, the land and the sea, and we have to simplify that kind of like of the spatial planning, and also to be adjustable among the land and the sea as well. And that will be one regulation later on from provincial, so that will be a kind of legal basis for provincial government to open for the investment. The three-dimensional aspect, and then we have to ensure that our marine cadastre will be there, and also integration, dualism of the spatial planning. And we hope that not only offer the economic growth, but also can be sustainability will be affected to the downstream. That's why we have to ensure that there will be in harmonies. And of course, marine transform. And I would like to conclude my presentation by mentioning here, because hydrographic is really a key to support marine space. The hydrographic can be a part of the what we call the ocean health, and accelerate the sustainable ocean economy. And also geographic and also georegulations that can be benefit to allocate it, which the area will be the marine conservation, and how to manage the coastal and small island. And we have to tagging the area that can be like a disaster, and also we can plot that the marine structures and installation, and then give more benefit from the marine services. So with that, I would like Pak Andi and
for such an insight. It is quite spatial planning in Indonesia, and also challenges certainly with the three challenges you mentioned, but the 3D planning, and then it is not only about economic growth, and the last one you mentioned about the in marine science. Second speaker, Mr. Everett Fleer. I hope I also pronounced your name correctly. So the time is yours now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And distinguished guests here, and especially our host, it's been a privilege for me to have been here the past 11 days during 2 IHO meetings, and I really feel that I'd like to influence where future meetings of the IHO. If we can have the presentation up, please. So, in my role as the chair of the JEPCO Guiding Committee, I see JEPCO as an enterprise, an ocean stewardship that is pretty much about the last great mapping endeavor of our planet. We still live under the impression that we're pretty much done if we talk outside of our community. You know, we still manage to surprise people outside our community when we use the anecdote that has been mentioned before, that we know more about the surface of the moon, the Mars, and Venus than about our own oceans. So we have the recognition that we lack the knowledge, and now it's something for us to do about that, and JEPCO is that venue where ocean professionals with different backgrounds do exactly that. Next slide, please. So there are many ways of showing the world on a flat map, because of course our world is a globe, and we are used to the pictures. It shows the ocean not as the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific, but as it really is. Because it's us people that have given the names to the ocean, giving the idea that they are separate. But we are speaking about the blue planet. Our planet, I think, should be called not Earth, but ocean. and it shows that it's one big ocean. And I stole the words from our good host, Vice Admiral Nouri Dayat, in his opening words for the IRCC meeting when he said, "One ocean, our common future." Next slide, please. So JEPCO has a long history. It's even older than our by the great-great-grandfather of the Prince of Monaco, together with other ocean scientists, that they decided we like to produce oceans are. And a first series was less than we collect today with a multi-beam echo sounder in half a second. But still, it was the first. I think it still builds up. So whereas JEPCO was first part of the IHO Secretariat, the Secretariat of the Prince, 1929, IHO took over, and then next in 1970. So on the one hand, JEPCO is a product. It is the global bathymetric data set so it is all about building partnerships for ocean mapping. And that's why it's so vital that during these IHO meetings we have an opportunity to meet face-to-face or increase the data contribution from Indonesia, such as I have meetings with Nigeria to see, and there are opportunities everywhere. One of the challenges, yes, and that gives the impression to the general public that it's actually done. And so this slide should be rotating Earth, saw that, so we'll not go even further back. So the challenge is we present it in a way that it's already done, because it looks so good, and we need to convince where black is, where it's not mapped. Next slide, please. Go north of the island group, where this guy is standing in the map, it's 300 meters deep, according to the map. Well, this guy proves that it's slightly less than 300 meters. And there are other big search for the black box, 150,000 square kilometers of new data collected. And what it showed was that a lot of new formations, volcanoes. Next slide, please. So how little has been mapped? This is obviously our planet. And the next, this is how much of it is ocean. Next. And this is how much is mapped. So that shows that there are a couple of events that have taken place, and they have been mentioned before, that have put the focus on the oceans in a way that we could not dream of less than 10 years ago. One of the big ones is the UN Decade of Ocean Science, being very clear that in order to reverse the decline of ocean health, we need science to do something about it. And they have been very clear that one of the major things that is needed, humanity, when we actually have access to knowledge, but kind of passively decide to do nothing about it, or if we have access to knowledge and we decide to keep it for ourselves. Now, I do not need to preach to the converted, because in Indonesia, you already have adopted an open data policy, and really happy to see progress towards this. There are many times good reasons why we are still hesitant, but what I say all the time, do not address the issue of data sharing as a binary. You either share or you do not share. If you do not share at a high resolution, perhaps you could share at a lower resolution. Next slide, please. So for JEPCO, we aim to provide the most authoritative, publicly available bathymetric data set for the world's oceans. And I would like to add, what is lacking here is the ambition to improve the current situation. Next slide. Yes. So, and one of the other initiatives that has taken place rather recently is the establishment of a high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. Initially 14 countries, and several of the countries here today, such as Japan and Indonesia and Australia, they are part of that high-level panel, and they want to work on a sustainable ocean economy. And they have had a clear target. By 2030, they want to protect 30% of the world's oceans. But how do you protect what you do not know? Next slide, please. And by the way, on the slide, US has joined after the initial recently, and this is on Prime Minister-President level, so Joe Biden has joined, and President Emmanuel Macron of France has also recently joined, and I'm happy to learn that more countries have shown an interest and would like to join as well. Next slide, please. And one of the biggest accelerators of JEPCO has been the Nippon Foundation JEPCO CBET 2030 project. Collaborative project between the Nippon Foundation of Japan and JEPCO to inspire the complete mapping of the world. And the ambition is almost ridiculous if you look at JEPCO being 120 years old next year. And before we started this project, we were at 6% in accordance to a certain minimum standard. We are now approaching 23%. This is off the record. Officially, we're still at 20.6. We have had an increase. But if you would extrapolate the speed at which we advance of the last few years, the CBET 2030 should actually be renamed CBET 2180. In other words, with all the efforts taking place right now, it would still take a century and a half. What it actually means then is it's an incentive to do more, to think out of the box and see how can we progress faster. Next slide, please. What is blue is what we had before we started CBET 2030 as a project. Orange is what has been added, and the low-hanging fruits have been data sets that were in servers on universities or hydrographic offices now contributing, whereas before they did not yet do that, and other agencies providing data to JEPCO. Next slide, please. And there is an interesting technology development. Unmanned survey vessels, such as in this case Sail Drone Surveyor, successfully did a transit from the west coast of the US to Hawaii and single-handedly collected 21,000 square kilometers through storms and everything. If we could scale that up, if we could find financing to do that, then it becomes more achievable. Next slide, please. And another thing is to engage the wider community. Crowdsourced bathymetry, one of the IHO working groups, one of the more recent ones, but one that is very active with fantastic contribution from many IHO member states. And we are looking at how do we engage with those that can potentially contribute. And we've made simple flyers, folders to explain what are we about, how can you contribute. If you do next. So we've made flyers for the cruise ships, and they have a voyage data recorder that before, after 90 days, they would delete all the data to make room for new data. Now that data is collected and is provided to the IHO Data Center for Digital Bathymetry. Next slide. We do the same for the fisheries, fishing industry. And there they have, in addition to the standard navigation echo sounder, which only goes 100, 200 meters deep, they sometimes have fishery echo sounders that can go deeper. Next slide, please. There is the research vessels that we would like them to always put their echo sounders on. Even if their focus is on very different marine science, please log as much as you can, because we have still so much to log. Next slide, please. Industry. A company like Fugro, biggest survey company in the world, has recently came to their milestone of 2 million square kilometers that they have contributed to JEPCO. Next slide, please. There is the expeditionary cruise ships that can contribute. And next slide. And the last one is the leisure boats. Very successful story taking place in Australia, where it's tourist diving vessels that have pretty much mapped 40% of the Great Barrier Reef through this crowdsourced bathymetry project. And then because they are there so regularly, they can share it in great detail. Next slide, please. Yes. So on the one hand, we have heard by other distinguished speakers the good reasons why we need to finalize the mapping of our planet, and whether that is how we can contribute to improving climate models by having better layers of knowledge on which they are based, and bathymetry is the foundation layer appeal, not to only the rationale of why we need to map our planet, but also speak to the passion of the people. You know, we all are inspired by the explorers of the past. This picture is a painting of Norwegian. If you go to the next slide, Chinese Admiral Zheng He, great explorer. Next slide, please. The French woman Jean Barret, first woman to circumnavigate the world, disguised as a man. A great explorer, I think, has inspired many. And then the next slide, sorry, the next, yes. So exploration is in our blood. It's what we as human beings like to do, and we still have, we will finalize that.
Thank you. You started with saying One Ocean, building partnership for ocean mapping, technology development. Interesting point, more explorations to do. I can have interesting discussion later during the Q&A session. Now I would like to give the opportunity to our third speaker.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, both here and online. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking Vice Admiral Nuri Hudarat for his kind invitation to attend this World Hydrography Day 2022 seminar. It's a wonderful initiative and a great opportunity for us all to showcase the value of hydrography in shaping the world in which we live. I'd also like to thank the Minister earlier on today in his keynote address for linking the potential of nations with the maritime domain and hydrographic activity, and also note that Indonesia have enshrined this in a national ocean policy. That's something certainly we in Australia can look to. In delivering this presentation today, I aim to give some highlights as to how Australian hydrography is contributing to the United Nations Ocean Decade and touch on some of our successes and ongoing challenges. I think ours is a real positive story based on growth, investment, innovation, partnerships, opportunity and vision. In Australia, it's a story that is owned and contributed to not only by our Hydrographic Office and our Hydrographic Office workforce, but by everyone in our domestic hydrographic industry, academia, and many other outside institutions. I think hydrography in Australia is entering an exciting period. What I'll do today is tell our part of the story, the Australian Hydrographic Office story, and how we are contributing to the UN Ocean Decades. Next slide, please. As we all know, on the 5th of December 2017, the United Nations declared that a decade of ocean science for sustainable development, the Ocean Decade, would be held from 2021 to 2030. This initiative strives to provide a common framework to ensure that ocean science can fully support countries to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The vision of the Ocean Decade is this: then a revolution in ocean science that will trigger a step change in humanity's relationship with the ocean. It has brought together stakeholders from diverse sectors to generate scientific knowledge and develop the partnerships needed to support a well-functioning to this immensely. The Australian Hydrographic Office, or the AHO, is an organisation that has existed within the Department of Defence for essentially take this tradition, reputation and expertise. Next slide, please. Hydration's vast offshore waters are the marine environment. But we can't just be happy with delivering those outcomes, and we must strive as an organisation to realise our full potential. Resource with a skilled and competent workforce. What we collect and as the National Hydrographic Office, our required business outcomes sit well with contributing to solutions for the identified challenges. A test we all face is managing the resources to do what we can do. A good guide to how we focus our resourcing or understand what business activities can contribute to the Ocean Decade goals is to look at the Ocean Decade challenges for collective impact. This slide indicates some of the focal areas for the Australian Hydrographic Office. We haven't sought to take on everything, but have thought about what we can do. Often, some of our projects address more than one challenge. I'll use this story as an example. Next slide, please. The broad shallow seas encompassing Northern Australia are strategically and economically important, but collection of environmental observations across this region are lacking for a range of reasons. We have recently entered into a collaborative agreement with the Integrated Marine Observing System, IMOS, and a host of academic institutions and even Indigenous communities to enhance oceanographic observations in the Australian region through the Marine Animal Remote Sensing Project. This project is collecting temperature, salinity, depth profiles to help determine the properties of subsurface waters of Northern Australia using an established technology, digital tagging, deployed on sea turtles. These turtle-borne observations are now providing key data to accurately describe water column structure and density, particularly in the top 100 metres of the water column, thus improving our understanding of internal tides. And our region has one of the strongest global contribution to monitoring global ocean climate signals, complementing other observational sampling approaches like Argo profiling floats and shipborne hydrographic activities. The AHO also collaborate with the Blue Link Ocean Modelling Partnership with the Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO. This ensures an investment in Australia's ocean forecasting ability well into the future. Next slide, please. We also contribute resources and funding to the Global Argo Float Program and Ships of Opportunity Program. I've deliberately used examples here that talk about oceanographic data collection activities to highlight that hydrographic activity isn't and shouldn't just be about bathymetric data collection. That said, our roles as National Hydrographic Officers naturally situate us as collectors of bathymetric data and mapping the oceans. The AHO's Commercial Data Acquisition Program, the Hydroscheme Industry Partnership Program, or HIP, is shaping to be a major contributor to Australia's understanding of its maritime environment and is proving to be a highly successful commercial program. Next slide. Next slide, please. The key to this success, in my mind, is in the HIP name, partnership. Our partnership between the AHO and industry is key to delivering a successful program and, more importantly, to ensure the program reaches its full potential. Initially, we had quite a modest and conservative expectation in the first 2 years of this scheme. Increase in the capacity to undertake surveying activity. Industry buy-in has been absolutely is that it is changing the hydrographic community landscape within Australia. I was in Tasmania last year meeting with what I observed was a maritime centre of excellence and a great example of many elements working together for mutual benefit. Initiatives such as the Ocean Decade. I visited a company that sells tide gauges and other acoustic equipment, and the director of the company was telling me that prior to HIP, he would sell on average a small number of tide gauges a year, but when we visited, he'd already sold many more gauges to HIP panel members and is engaged in the maintenance and servicing of many more. That's just one story. Platforms and innovation on the back of the surety of the funding that HIP provides. In short, HIP is driving demand. As HIP continues to mature and needed supporting infrastructure, one of the most exciting effects that I observed is that of innovation and education. Next, continue to grow in number, complexity, and over different geographic locations. Interest from industry and academia has grown, leading to newer and different ways to undertake hydrographics, grow the industry. One aspect that is both a challenge and an opportunity is to build our national hydrographic workforce, both in numbers. This should be built on a foundation of domestic education sector and other elements of it. IIC Technologies and Deakin University have recently partnered to deliver an S5 Cat B hydrographic surveyors program. This course is designed for those with the desire to start or build a career in hydrography and is one of the only courses of its type in Australia available to the public. This domestic training program is much needed at the moment to provide the workforce of tomorrow. There has never been a time. The Australian Maritime College and the University of Tasmania are also exploring the commercial viability of delivering hydrographic survey infrastructure and the capacity to sustain it into the future. This underpins our ability to meet global challenges and contribute. Somewhat complementary is to try something new is exciting. The subsurface, on surface and I see this as becoming a growth area that will see much more research and development in the future. Increasingly, hydrographic survey is not just about collecting bathymetric data. Participants in the maritime industry, and certainly customers of maritime safety products and services, want a full range of marine information, and again, this need sits well with the initiatives such as the Ocean Decade. HIP has delivered much, but has also brought challenges. The AHO now has a really good problem of having to deal with huge quantities of high quality data. We've had to find innovative ways to move this data, to process this data, and then make it readily available for all our own uses. Next slide, please. One area that we're lagging in, though, is making it readily available for public consumption. Our data at its core must still meet the highest IHO standards, and this is being met through well-trained surveyors in industry using the latest technology underpinned by a strong professional certification process. This firmly situates the AHO as the steward of the bulk of Australia's hydrographic data. Data stewardship is vital to our role as the National Hydrographic Authority. Data stewardship is the collection of practices that ensure an organisation data is accessible, usable, safe and trusted. It includes overseeing every aspect of the data lifecycle, creating, preparing, using, storing, archiving and deleting data in accordance with established governance principles for promoting data quality and integrity. We recognise the true value of our data and will be driving for better, more efficient uses of it to improve our business and making it more readily accessible to the broader public. Next slide, please. So for us, the future of hydrography is not just about the collection of data, it is about collecting the best data in the best way and then better managing it to meet the end user need and understanding that our end users are wide and diverse. The challenges we face as a hydrographic office and need as a professional hydrographic community looking to the future will require a workforce with diverse technical skills and data fluency. We need data professionals, communicators and innovators. The AHO is coming to realise the best way of encouraging innovation is to promote a culture of learning, growth and collaboration. When it comes to managing and exploiting our data, we are looking to others to help us learn. This is why we're partnering in Australia with like-minded organisations such as Geosciences Australia to deliver AusSeabed, a national seabed mapping coordination program. The program aims to serve the Australian community and then relies on seabed data by coordinating collection efforts in Australian waters and improving data access. The AusSeabed program is a national collaborative initiative used primarily by Commonwealth, state and territory entities, but also university and industry, but is open to all interested parties. Its spirit is collect once, use many times. In coming to this role as the Hydrographer of Australia, I was very keen to engage externally and coin the phrase, think globally, act regionally. Next slide, please. This means we are looking forward to ways to collaborate and deliver capacity development and equitable access to data, information, knowledge and technology across all aspects of ocean science and for all stakeholders. For me, I see this mission being focused within the Indo-Pacific, and our potential future partners all reside within this audience. Thanks very much for allowing me to speak today, and for our Indonesian hosts, terima kasih atas persahabatan Anda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commodore Chojun, for your presentation. I remember one line in the anthem is Australia girt by sea. Is it basically meaning that Australia is surrounded by ocean, which is very vast ocean. I think I was very lucky to have the opportunity with the GA, Geoscience Australia, to do the mapping for the seabed back in 2009. It was first time for me to be on board for 1 month in this very interesting experience. So thank you very much once again for highlighting that you mentioned about Australia basically charting the areas of the ocean. And then one point that you mentioned at the last part of the presentation is about the data. Data is also an asset somehow and also challenges to another extent. So I think that is an insight that we would like to discuss further. Now I would like to invite the fourth speaker, Dr. Thomas Hige. I hope I pronounce it close enough to how I should pronounce it.
All fine, yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay, now the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
I will share in this moment my screen. I hope, yes, you should access this as well right now. After having experienced Indonesian hospitality, many Hydrographic Day, yeah, still happy we are on place also with my colleagues, also my colleague Fatra Adishan, cycle of satellite drive bathymetry in hydrography, and why this is a topic. So we saw before mentioned the national spatial graphic applications. Into this, I therefore will some words about this further innovation process of SDB and impact on applications. And then also a few examples of SDB in seabed 2030 and disaster mitigation. So SDB in hydrographic applications in many hydrographic offices worldwide meanwhile. So SDB became part of charts in several years already now, is integrated in nautical charts. Here is implementing these and many countries are investing also in capacity building, as Indonesia did. Last year, chaired by a colleague of mine for SDB best practices document, where also many of you participate and join. Hydrographic charting, also we saw as in very lately it changed multi-years for supplier partnership. Contribute to this partnership with significant data. As you see here in over Belize, but in many other regions as well. And also empowering the hydrographic offices themselves to use. So you see here my colleague manager, we were very happy about this long partnership. Commodore Dune mentioned the industry agency, exactly the same. Driver is for in Indonesia, which is as well implementing and using since several years already. Then ongoing because technology operations in many, but there is a further innovation cycle and there's an impact on applications. So first of all, it continues that satellite-based information needs to be cared. We also invest in further understanding and modeling all the environmental aspects affecting the light. And that's a physics-based approach. That is, there are satellite fleets with more than 100 satellites, so the Sentinels and the other very high-resolution satellites. So there are new technologies now implemented and already applied, which use multiple satellite records operationally to produce better STB, to overcome clouds, local turbidity, and especially also increase the overall accuracy. And of course, there's a route for data on hand. You see here an example at the coast of Australia, means we can monitor also changes in time. So that's one satellite data on hand. This is now possible in regions with high temporal dynamics. I mentioned the automation and also the scaling. So you are fully aware about, in these times of digitalization, of the impact of cloud computing, bringing these processes like VAT4X into professional cloud environments means it can be made extremely easy to access, because in the cloud environments, the satellite data analytics is directly connected with the satellite data archives. That means no more need to as well profit from the multiple satellite records that we have over the globe. Even programmatic interface like APIs, which are already tested by Fugro and by QPS. So these cloud-based solutions are now, because it's even multi-site operations, because if you don't have the capacity, you just need to download the data that are produced. The infrastructure is in this kind that even in visualization that is all right. So these STB on then it is just market, but we see the natural continuation of satellites. These don't have the coverage of satellites, but of course such solutions will be extremely flexible, deliver very high resolutions, and also at affordable investment costs. So with Fugro and also with dedicated sensor system companies such as OptoPrecision and the German Aerospace 2 meter, and in less than 1 meter, so 30 centimeter resolutions, as here from aerial drone data. Obviously, tree that improves in resolution possible in the categories of the IHO to resolve. So that's then possible with this method. A multi-spectral, hyperspectral optical systems, in addition, can be extremely cost efficient. Yeah, last point to talk about is STB of satellite-derived data at 2030 and GEPCO to increase the coverage, global coverage in shallow water areas. And this happened especially the last years in several areas, as you see here, Micronesia, Cook Islands, earlier as well, Great Barrier Reef, also throughout countries in Europe with shallow water bathymetry, which went out. Also the satellite-based technology with the global data coverage of these data. Last item, multi-source bathymetry and as well other satellite-based information products improve significantly to reduce Persian Gulf. So of course where of tsunamis as in the same way as this is really relevant in Indonesia, together with the land elevation models. So that's a tool that is already used in many applications and supporting in this way as well disaster mitigation. They are relevant cite other products like shoreline mapping, as you see here for UNDP in Gaza through a portal that we built, also Dr. Siri here about Indonesia. The discussions with my colleague for this opportunity.
I think that's very interesting, satellite-based. This is probably not something that ocean mapping, but with the technology nowadays, we get more and more opportunity to derive data from satellite. With that, we would like to invite now our speakers, the two online and the two, please, sir.
National Hydrographer from Germany, and I would like to ask Dr. Hindra Yusran about the marine spatial planning. My office is very interested. You see, for Indonesia and the regulation database or portal where all these different sizes and of these MSPs from region. Thank you.
Bang Hendra, are you?
I guess the question related to the easy access. Yeah, right now we have a kind of system, kind of the data related for the provincial special planning. But of course, since the owner of the data is provincial government, we just need what we call this disclaimer also from the provincial government, and also to be reachable for access. I hope I can answer the question, Pak Andi.
Yes, great.
If
Thank you
not,
very much. Thank you, Bang Hendra. All right. I think we already have also a question.
Research Professor from National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, or BRIN. This question is addressed to Mr. Everett Flyer. My question is, what is the technological challenge in hydrographic survey which still needs intensive research?
Mr. Flyer.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that if you ask that question to any specialist in this field, and I do not consider myself to be a specialist, you would not get the same answer. So the biggest challenge to map the oceans is, well, there are a lot of challenges, but since this is on the technological side, I will not go into the resources that it takes. But the technological is that it's still so difficult to penetrate that big body of water in a way that would allow us to do it more effectively than we are currently doing. We've heard presentation on satellite-derived bathymetry in the coastal zone. More than 70% of our ocean is 1,800 meters. So that in itself, how can we do that in a more effective way? I think to answer your question, it would be more appropriate to say the biggest challenge is not technical. The biggest challenge is how can we scale up existing technologies so that we have the resources available to address the impressive size of the challenge that we are trying to address. So that the unmanned vessels, that instead of having a pilot with one, we can permanently 24/7, all days in the year, have a fleet of unmanned vessels going back and forth systematically doing survey for us and providing more services and resources through projects and capacity building in regions where it's much needed. So I'm sorry I deviated slightly from your question, but I think to scale up existing technology and the last thing I would like to say is the technologies are getting, of course, and this is technical innovation and development, LiDAR, so to measure through either an airborne asset or a drone, that technology is improving rapidly. So until 5 years ago, the technology was not good enough to survey coastal waters in Norway because of turbidity, seagrass, etc. The newest level of technology is now providing us almost 100% coverage down to 5 to 10 meters deep, which is also the most expensive to do with a survey launch. So you would no longer have to use your resources on the shallowest water and can focus on the deeper waters. In any nations, if you have going from shallow to deep, if you would you would need 50% of your budget for the very shallow. If you could do that in a more effective way, you have more resources available for the other part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Fahmi Amhar, I hope you can receive the answer for the questions. He's a professor in Geospatial Information Agency in Indonesia, our senior in Indonesia in this field. Okay, next questions, please. Yes, sir, from the left side.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fajar from EOMAP. I represent the industry from Indonesia. I have a question for Mr. Everett with regards to the crowdsourced bathymetry. There are three questions that I have. First one is how's the effectiveness of crowdsourced bathymetry comparing to the data contributed by Hydrographic Office in terms of coverage and in terms of quality? And the second question is how's the quality control of the crowdsourced bathymetry data? And the third question, my last question is does JEPCO systematically engage with new technology, with new bathymetric method mapping such as satellite-derived bathymetry in a larger scale? Understand that we have engaged with CBetter 2030 in some areas, but that is still a very small areas comparing to the area that we need to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fajar. Please.
Thank you for those questions. I'll try to combine them a little bit. I think that many hydrographic officers have been, and to a certain extent still are, skeptical to the activity of crowdsourced bathymetry. Because we as hydrographic officers, we are the authority, we have our trained personnel, they've gone through Cat A, Cat B courses, we have set the standards through the International Hydrographic Organization, and all of a sudden we have the crowd, whoever they are, professional mariners sometimes, but not specialists on hydrography, and they start collecting data. And we find ourselves a little bit in a difficult situation. How do we relate to that activity? In Norway, there is a company called Olex. They provide chart plotting system to fishing vessels. But they have one additional feature. It logs the data they collect. X, Y, Z, and time. This data is now being shared among, so this system is sold to more than 10,000 fishing vessels and cruise ships and science vessels. And Olex so we have sometimes crowdsourced data that, even though it's based on single beam, is becoming big data. So whereas normally the multi-beam data is much better than the single beam, if you have such a lot of single beam by different vessels going on the same spot all the time, it becomes very good quality data. We have a marine spatial planning program in Norway. We use crowdsourced data because we did a quality check comparing it with our own data. And it's not, and still our own data is of better quality. No worries there for the Hydrographic Office. But it's not about what is the best data, but what is sufficient for the task for which you need it. And in 99% of the cases, this Olex data was good enough. Now it's difficult to generalize when it comes to crowdsourced data, because crowdsourced data is also a single super yacht that collects single beam data along a navigational track. That can be relevant when it combines with other data. So I wouldn't say to hydrographic officers either embrace everything or delete everything, but see where it can be beneficial in your organization. And I'm sure that no hydrographic officer has the capacity to map in the very near future all their waters. So we all need to make use of available means as best as we can. And crowdsourced bathymetry is absolutely, I wouldn't use it for the entrance of the port of Denpasar or Jakarta or whatever, but there could be remote areas where you have nothing else. And that could be crowdsourced data. Please use it.
Thank you very much. Very wise answer also, I think. Any more questions? We also have another questions from the Zoom. Mia?
Yes. This question is addressed to Commodore Jun. This question is from Nico from Indonesia, from IPB. Thank you for the excellent presentation. One question, how do you manage the certification of competence for the hydrographic survey private company?
Thanks very much, Nico, for the question. When we looked at starting our commercial acquisition program, one of the elements that we looked at was certification, and we arrived at the decision that we needed to have a certification had certified surveyors. So why did we do this? So when we looked at the resourcing within the Australian Hydrographic Office, and we'd pretty much been doing the same job for 100 years, using different tools to achieve the outcomes. we've gone through a whole restructuring program and a rethink about how we deliver our business outcomes. And part of that was pushing some of our quality control measures out into the field and having client reps, client representatives oversee and manage some of the elements of mobilisation, in situ survey operations and the demobilisation. So this was to save on resources within the office. So to really allow us to do that, we needed our client reps to be certified and to be guaranteed to be professionally competent surveyors, and the people that are contracted to us as well. The program, the certification process also extends into the Royal Australian Navy, where it is tied to promotion within Navy as well. So as a Navy surveyor, you need to be a certified professional surveyor. The way that we do it is through the Australasian Hydrographic Surveyors Certification Panel. I'm the chair, and there's a number of very, very senior hydrographic surveyors, and we go through a process of looking at submitted surveys that people have done, and obviously understanding that they met the requirements. Plus there's also a requirement for people to maintain their competencies, and there's a continuous professional development program as well that is attuned to this. So this is how we're doing it. By and large, I think it's been taken up well, and certainly in the last couple of years we've noticed an uptake on the numbers of people wanting and seeking certification. One of the downsides of certification is that it's all based on qualification and experience and expertise, and particularly in Australia, it's still hard to achieve the qualifications, and that's often pushing people offshore outside of Australia to undertake hydrographic programs, both academic and qualification. I hope that's answered Nico's question.
Thank you very much. All right, now we still have a couple of minutes to discuss. Is anyone from the room would like to ask any questions, please? All right, actually I do have questions. Stuart, you mentioned about this basically collaboration with the industry, right, for the data collection. What I understand from that perspective is that this is commercial. Certainly, I would like to compare it with the other method, which is crowdsourced. Everett already mentioned about that, the advantage of it and also the weakness of that. Have you, in Australia, for example, compare this actually whether or not this method to collaborate with the commercial industry is actually a lot better or more efficient compared to the utilization of other sources like crowdsource or other method? How about that, Stuart?
So I think from a hydrographic office perspective, there's no one way of doing this, and many of the and certainly Australia has, and we cannot do that by ourselves. And as anybody knows, anything to do with hydrography is very expensive, and we can't pay for it to be done. So tools or opportunities like crowdsource bathymetry, leverage of industry who are big collectors of hydrographic data and having them make that data available, plus our own contracted programs, that's all a contribution to that. So we as a hydrographic office have an aspiration that by 2050 we would map out to our EEZ, collecting high quality data. By 2050, that is a huge undertaking, particularly when you think that our processes, our program before has really been about navigation safety. It's been a risk-based data collection program where, mainly driven by volume of shipping, types of cargo, that sort of thing's driven our charting program. Our commercial program is now looking at more than that. And I go back to what I said about, collect once, use many times. So our stakeholders, our end users, our customers are all growing and becoming different and demanding more products and services from us as a hydrographic office, delivered in different ways and looking differently than we've done in the past. So to meet that need, we're going to have to look at things like crowdsourced bathymetry and other methods to collect the data that we need.
Thank you very much. Anyone? Any questions, please, from the room? Or anything from...
Yes, we
Right.
actually have a
Yes,
new
please.
question from the participant joining us virtually, from Bapak Hanarko Jodi Pamungkas to Dr. Hendra. Blue Ocean programs, one of them is saving reefs. Is there any mapping of coral reefs area or international data? Dr. Hendra?
Yes, thank you, Director. Thank you, Pak Narko. Yeah, the mapping for coral reef we have, but I would like to say that the data not complete. I mean, we collect the data coming from the Core Map project, Coral Reef Rehabilitation Management Project. This is still spot, and we need to, the idea is for the data to monitor the condition of the coral reef. That's why that's conducted by LIPI previously, now until under the Research Innovation Agency Research Center. And we also collect the data from, collaboration with the provincial government and the data for the marine spatial planning as well. We have some separate data like that. If you're interested, in LIPI we have a critic coral reef information learning center, something like that. So I strongly suggest that the data can be accessed there, because the coral reef data that's mandated by the nationally mandated to the LIPI or Indonesian Science Institute in Ancol, Pak. So I hope I answered the question. So that's what we are thinking. The data can be checked at the LIPI Center of Oceanography. Thank you.
Speakers online or offline here. I would like to sections, because you mentioned about the before, Professor Fahmi, with regards to how, what area do you think is now basically interesting and also a perspective for research when it comes to improving the quality of...
So you mentioned it directly, so most importantly, and that you can see also now with the cloud, the scale improves this, but how about coral reef mapping, so the environment, that's as well a contribution which can be further improved in research, but at the same time is already in place as method. So when you look for the official habitat map of Great Barrier Reef, that is satellite-based information in national, the largest areas. Still, also here the processes are not yet more or less in best practices. So as said before also in my talk, the best practices of these new methods still needs to be always further developed, because the technologies improve, are doing like this event and like other events.
All right, thank you. Looking forward to having more interaction with you in conducting research, probably in the...
This question is from Putra Mahesa, Indonesia. How is the 2030 seabed project's progress until now, and will it be achieved in 2030?
Thank you for that question. In order something that is an international standard or agreed upon, pragmatic approach, and when they could say, okay, this is considered mapped. And what they did is looking at available technology, and down to 1500 meter, they consider it mapped if we have one depth sounding per square of 100 times 100 meter. So that we call a 100 meter grid. So the area becomes wider if you go deeper, and then down to 3000 meter, it's a 200 meter grid, down to almost 6000, it's a 400 meter grid, and the deepest, it's an 800 meter grid. Percent of the world oceans, 0.6%, which is a huge increase in a relatively short time, because the project became operational in 2017. And we expect at the end of this year, 2%. With 40, a great many years that we do, I think we reach of 100% mapped in 2030 as an incentive for the world to do much more than we are doing today, to think out of the box, to develop new, but there is all of it.
Thank you very much. We know that we have this open street, the layman perspective. This is two similar things. So when anybody can contribute to the land map, why don't we contribute for the sea? So does it help or does it?
It's a good idea, and there are some risks involved at sea. So this does not have the technical idea of having initiative is based upon so.
Right. That is a good point you made. Best facilities or participate and also care requires specialization. That we to our speakers, please. We will not really summarize or analyze all the discussion because it is quite long. We understand that the ocean is the ocean, and we also talk about the evolution of the technology, the improvement of technology, using different sources of data for mapping, even though, as noted, careful, if I may say, both that are, in my opinion, from new eyes. So basically, our speakers have lent us their eyes to see the issue in the ocean affairs, so then we can understand better how.
From our session this morning until our points during the discussion and real contributions together commemorated the World Hydrography Day 2022 today, and with the theme Hydrography contributing to the United Nations Ocean Decade. Important seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, moderators, for conducting this event very incredibly. But before we bring this seminar to its closing, we would have moderators. Hands to all speakers and moderators, please stand up. And we would like to also, we need to invite to the stage. Appreciate our moderators and our Day Commemoration 2022. The memento handover, we are going to have a photo session with all participants joining virtually or in person. So to make sure that everybody is kept. We need to count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We would like to hand off speakers and moderator. Virtually, the memento will be in the registration in person. You may receive. Thank you very much, Shen. Thank you very much. It's finished. You may be seated. Finally, the whole operation and attention. May you countries. Additionally, we have served some officially close the Shanti Shanti Om.
Jales Veva Jaya Mahe. Kejayaan kita ada di laut. Sebagai negara maritim yang luas wilayah perairannya lebih dari 70%, Indonesia membutuhkan lembaga yang mampu memetakan dengan rinci dan detail untuk mengetahui isi laut kita, sehingga dapat dijadikan panduan dalam membuat perencanaan pembangunan yang strategis. Untuk menjawab kebutuhan ini, Pus Hydrosal hadir sebagai lembaga representasi legal pemerintah Republik Indonesia di bidang hidrooceanografi. Sejarah keberadaan lembaga hidrooceanografi di Indonesia sudah dimulai sejak didirikannya Komite Peta Laut pada tahun 1787 oleh pemerintah Hindia Belanda atau IHO berdasarkan Kepres RI nomor 164 tahun 1960. Sejak tahun 1970, kegiatan hidrografi sudah menerapkan metode modern seperti penggunaan satelit, perangkat elektronik, dan akustik. Mulai kurun waktu ini, Lembaga Hidrografi Indonesia melakukan kegiatan survei, pemetaan laut, penyelesaian perjanjian batas maritim dengan beberapa negara tetangga, melakukan kerjasama internasional, hingga puncaknya berhasil mendistribusi untuk mendukung kapal survei. 2 kapal di antaranya adalah kapal survei multipurposes, yaitu KRI Rigel 933 dan KRI Spica 934, yang dilengkapi dengan peralatan survei dan pemetaan hidrooceanografi modern. Beberapa kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Pus Hydrosal meliputi pemetaan laut yang dilaksanakan dengan mengikuti kaidah kartografi dan menggunakan perangkat lunak yang sudah mengikuti standar IHO, survei batimetrik, oceanografi dan meteorologi, survei geodetik, survei for disaster relief. Pus Hydrosal memiliki stasiun pasang surut permanen yang dapat mengirim data real time di 10 lokasi perairan Indonesia, di mana Pus Hydrosal mengolah data batimetri dengan menggabungkan semua sumber data batimetri yang akan digunakan dengan sistem yang berbasis Caris Bati Database dan Hydrographic Production Database. Produk yang dihasilkan oleh Pus Hydrosal adalah peta laut dan peta khusus yang dirancang khusus untuk memenuhi kebutuhan navigasi laut dalam bentuk kertas atau analog. Safety of Life at Sea International Maritime Organization juga dilakukan pemetaan oleh Pus Hydrosal adalah danau dan sungai yang berada. Pus Hydrosal memproduksi 21 publikasi nautika seperti Almanak Indonesia, Stasiun Radio Pantai, dan beberapa produk lainnya. Sebagai asosiasi dari Pus Hydrosal saat ini juga dalam rangka Pus Hydrosal juga menjalankan fungsi untuk mendukung operasi dan latihan serta pembangunan fasilitas pangkalan dan produk geospasial lainnya untuk kepentingan pertahanan.
Memetakan seluruh perairan Indonesia guna menjamin keselamatan pelayaran, perlindungan lingkungan laut, pengembangan wisata bahari, menunjang perekonomian lain. Hal tersebut dilaksanakan demi mewujudkan Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia. Gunakan peta laut untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Jales Veva Jaya yang luas wilayah